started recording. Blood splits. Let's do the thing. B. Jonas, how's it going? Wobbly approves of my headphones. Do you two live close to each other? Or did you just share the picture? Ah, he came out to visit while touring the US. Oh, is he like Canadian? I actually don't know that much about Wobbly Python other than that he is ridiculously talented. Not near you at all. Yeah, fair. At the point where you said that he was touring the US, that came across. Yeah. Wobbly is someone who, for the most part, I'm pretty sure I just see Wobbly around Smite stream, but I think I've seen him in like Doc and Loon streams as well. Ah, right now he's on the other end of the couch. Yeah, that's pretty far. Prediction. There we go. Prediction started. If we finish Final Fantasy V, we get to Final Fantasy VI. So that's the context that you need for will we get to Final Fantasy VI? Yeah, I did say I did say yesterday that we were starting earlier today. It's a little bit later than I wanted to start, but it is still, strictly speaking, like an hour and a half earlier start time for the run. Slowly but surely, I'm going to be pushing the start time of the stream earlier and earlier. I mean, so I've only ever kept one Python, but particularly whenever he was supporting a large amount of his body mass with part of his body that was further back, he tended to, he wobbled. Peanuts, you're feeling optimistic. Great. Bookworm, also optimistic. Hey, I only let you down most of the time when you vote that way. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, at this point I'm talking about the animal. Before I started traveling a lot for work and also taking multiple months-long vacations in Europe, I kept a corn snake and a royal python. They were both delightful. Did Twitch raise the maximum time that you can give for a prediction? I don't think so. Like, most streamers just leave them up for, like, 5 minutes or whatever. But 30 minutes has always been the max that I could set. Well, I say the word vacation. Make no mistake, I was still working during my vacation. But I was in a different place, and that made it a vacation. I rarely stop working. Yeah, that's true. I had a tendency to also work from GDQs. Which, likewise, were vacations. In that I was not at home, and therefore I must have been vacationing. Panic at the bedroom. It's been a while. Yeah, I hope you're doing well also. Things are going pretty well here, both generally and specifically right now. We're almost 10 minutes into a run and I haven't fucked up even once yet. I just stutter-stepped. Never mind. Everything that I just said went out the window. I've already fucked up once. It's not even 10 minutes into the run. Garbage run. That was a lot of stutter stepping, actually. You're only here to be a jinx? Hey, don't worry about that. What matters is that I'm hanging out with cool people and having fun. Can't remember the last time that you had a vacation. I strongly recommend taking vacations, if possible. Burning out sucks. Last month was your first vacation in 4.5 years? I'm glad to hear that for you. Not the 4.5 years part, but having taken a vacation. Amethyst, thank you very much for the good luck. You figure these video games were made for children, so I shouldn't have too much of a problem with them. That's what you say whenever you boot up SMW. Well, yeah, but SMW was made as a practical joke. It's actually impossible. I think that's a meaningful difference. Can't believe Ted Takamoto made an impossible video game. I can. Look, Pink was only like 2 years old when he made that game. Nobody's gonna make a perfect game when they're only 2 years old. That's just science. A lot of people having faith in my ability to complete this game. Makes me worry that everybody who's watching right now is new here and you're being set up for some real disappointment. When you bet it was 10-to-1 odds? Okay, you know what? Fair enough then. Alright, so right now at least it's 2-to-1 odds. I feel less responsible for people's bad decisions. More informed users are just waiting a bit because I gave 30 minutes. Yeah. That's fair. We'll be almost through the siren split by the time that this prediction ends. So we'll see. So I'm not saying this because I think that you are not familiar with the origin of the firm belief emote. But just as a general thing, I really enjoy seeing people use the firm belief emote who don't know where it's from. Because it always ends up being people who are expecting that it's like this super sincere expression of belief in someone, as opposed to the halfway tongue-in-cheek, like, you can do this, but also good fucking luck. Zuccotti, thank you very much for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Never don't believe in your homies? I'm not sure. I feel like, yes, always cheer for your homies, but maintain a realistic outlook. Also, I can't read the phrase firm belief without thinking of the Big Sippy anymore. So thanks, Ty. You're 3,000 miles from home by motorcycle? Hell yeah. When I was younger, I tended to also take large amounts of time off so that I could just get lost. This was before GPS was really super common on motorcycles, so like I'd have some MapQuest maps printed out for areas that I thought, well, I'll probably head in that direction, but really just get on my VFR and get lost. It was a super, super good time. Nogia, how's it going? It is. Getting lost is a lot of fun. I have, to date, never ran out... Well, the closest that I've come to running out of fuel was getting to a town where the... where I needed to fuel up, and I couldn't continue without fueling up. But the only fuel station was closed, but they did have a hotel that was open, so I had to stay overnight in town. FJ09? Yo, nice. The FJ is the bike that Yamaha put like the really weird like thumb shift on it, right? You asked about the prediction. It just says get to Final Fantasy VI. Getting to Final Fantasy VI necessarily means that we have beat Final Fantasy V, yes. Come on. I say bum shape? No, I said thumb shifter. For people who don't know, normally you shift on a motorcycle with your left foot. One of Yamaha's Tourers around the time that I was shopping for my next bike, which would have been 2005. One of their Tourers had a really weird system that put the shifting mechanism on the thumb instead. That's right, it was the FJR. Yep. But yeah, most motorcycles, you're going to have your clutch on your left hand, your gear shift on your left foot, front brake on the right hand, rear brake on the right foot. This is entirely why, despite being licensed to drive a car, I can't. Besides the fact that I can't see the contact patch of my front tires in a car, which is already real weird. All of the controls are wrong. They're all in the wrong spot. Clutch on your foot, shift with your hand. It's backwards. Throttle on your foot. Who thought up that bizarre system? Okay, fair point. Plenty of people who drive cars don't have to worry about what a clutch is, and also don't shift. Have I ever had the opportunity to drive a Model T? I haven't. So I got the full motorcycle license in California. When I moved to Texas, I was told, we don't do that here. And then I was given a car license. So I am licensed in the United States to drive a car. I've never operated a car. Oh, it was a genuine question. Oh god, oh no, oh no, oh no. I still had auto fire on. Am I licensed in Europe? I haven't traded my license in. So, I could be, but I'm not. Also, public transit is really fucking good here. And the seasons are not conducive to riding a motorcycle, so I don't feel a ton of necessity as far as that goes. I am shopping around for a bicycle, though. am aware of the term double clutching, but I have no idea what it actually entails. I assume that you clutch to pop out of gear and then you clutch a second time to pop into gear, but why you would do that does not make any sense to me. I honestly have no idea. Have I considered recumbents? I haven't. I've ridden a recumbent exactly once back in 2004. It's a weird bike. They're very scary. Up until I got a motorcycle, the only bike that I had really spent a lot of time on was a race BMX bike. Because apparently going fast is something that I just have to do. So going from a BMX bike to a recumbent bike, really, really bizarre. Just everything. It was a heck of a switch. Once you get comfortable being backwards, you think they're better? That's fair. I've done a ton of shopping around. I'm pretty sold on a Damane. I am very likely to be picking up a Damane. The fact that there's apparently a global shortage currently of, like, entry-level serious / just mid-range bicycles is wild. You have hot opinions on bike configurations? I'd love to hear them. Does Finland do a good job of keeping bike paths clear in winter? So far from what I've seen, that seems to be the case. I mean, I've spent 2 winters here now. And what I can say is that one of them was unseasonably warm. And so there was no work to be done. The other one got, nice and properly cool. It wasn't so cold that I ever really stopped having my window open when I'd stream, unless it was actively snowing out, in which case my computer is close enough to the window that I wouldn't want to do that. But things seem to be pretty well maintained and kept clear. I mean, there's a giant snow berm that built up over the course of the winter as snow got pushed out of the way, but in general, they seem to do a pretty good job of keeping everything all set. All of that time loss, well, most of that time loss is from me talking to that one guy like 12 times because I had auto fire on like a dummy. The problem with the fact that my Threadripper will evaporate the snow is that it won't evaporate it. It'll melt it. And water's not good for computers, it turns out. It needs to be contained within tubes. Then it's good for computers. No, that's the first frame in Dubs' comic. It's split already. Sildra will unsplit, but for right now, as far as we know, split. Yeah, water outside of tubes is frequently dangerous. It's not where you want water to be, really. playing like trash, which means that this is going to PB so that I have to be very embarrassed due to playing like trash. We looked up double clutching. Apparently it is the press clutch. And that's it. You've said nothing else, which means that that's it. That's the whole process. Just press your clutch and you've double clutched. Congratulations. Is it really a PB if I was using auto fire? Well, you'll notice that the category here explicitly lists turbo. So yes. Final Fantasy V actually just allows turbo in the category. There's a little there's a checkbox that you click when you're submitting for whether or not you use turbo, but yeah, in general, turbo is just allowed. Largely due to the fact that we just adopted JRTA, other than timing, the JRTA rules. And JRTA almost categorically 100% of the time allows turbo. But yeah, turbo is the sort of thing that is good to allow in especially RPGs, tech smash heavy games. It's just important that, you know, people be honest. It's not one of those things that I think people should care about more than if I was claiming that I'm actually mashing this text this fast. And I was trying to compete against people who were playing on uneven footing, that would be shitty. But I'm not aware of any runners who do that, because that would be shitty. Oh yeah, and I actually have a non-turbo set of splits as well. I want to get the world record for beat the game no turbo, which will not be the actual world record, to be clear. The fastest non-turbo time, I think, is like 3 or 4 minutes slower than the fastest turbo time, which is on its own just very impressive. Yeah, I halfway agree with that. I will say, there are some people who I think show very clearly that being able to mash through text effectively and without impacting their body, I think that is a skill, and that's a really impressive one. Look at somebody like Dave Stereo, who does Final Fantasy VII. Oh, this sucks. This already sucks. I hate this. She's probably gonna go undead, and I'm gonna feel very upset. This sucks shit. I hate this. Alright, hopefully... Yeah, there's a lot of different skills which RPG runs are gonna pull in. Just learning to deal with the endurance necessary. To do an RPG run is like that takes a lot of work. Learning to keep the B button held down, that takes a lot of work. So one of the things about safe mashing without incurring repetitive stress injuries is that, like, bodies are different. Everybody's got a different way that they are going to be able to safely interact with a controller. So techniques that work for one person won't work for other people. I have a very specific way that I hold the controller when I'm mashing text. I hold it like this, actually, with me just barely moving the palm of my hand to cause my left thumb to press the A button. And that works really well for me, but there's going to be tons of people where that's going to be very painful. Dave Stereo does an interesting two-handed mash method, which is partially pulled from his experience as a drummer. There's going to be a lot of people who aren't able to pull that off, and I don't know that it works as well on non-PlayStation controllers. Runs generally allow for alternate controllers for accessibility. The answer there is so fundamentally any authoritative answer is impossible to give. The reason that any authoritative answer is impossible to give is because of the fact that, like, every single speed game has its own community. So I can't give you an authoritative, universal answer. But what I can say is that, generally speaking, what I've seen is that controllers which do not confer additional advantages over regular controllers, and like, that's a load-bearing statement right there, and I will define it in a moment. But generally speaking, if your controller isn't going to give a huge advantage over just a stock, normal-ass, let's talk about the SNES controller, right? Then of course it's going to be totally fair. Being able to remap buttons as an accessibility feature is unlikely to be seen as conferring a competitive advantage over just a regular SNES controller. Being able to record macros, however, is something that tends to be, in most communities, frowned upon. So if we're talking about, hey, I need to be able to map a button to B, yeah, that makes sense. If we're talking about, hey, actually, I'm really bad at doing a dragon punch input and I need to macro that, that's something that is very unlikely to be viewed as being directly comparable to runs that aren't using that controller. It's also really important to remember that when we're talking about leaderboards, we're talking about just a list of runs that the community agrees these are something that we can, pretty much compare to each other. It's not a case of like saying, hey, nobody should do X. It's we think that this is directly comparable, and that's why these are all listed in the same place. So fundamentally, if a given community says, hey, don't do that, then do it and don't expect to be on the leaderboard, but you should still be the speedruns that you want to see in the world. Like, one of the categories in Final Fantasy VI that I am still running is is no sketch, but having to actually do the Kefka fight, so you can't use the Thamasa timer exploit to skip to the end of the game. That's not a category. No run that I do will ever be better than my PB in no sketch. And that's okay. Because if you're running the game in a way that is fun to you, that's what really matters. That's what video games are all about. And to be sure, I understand people not wanting to learn Zelda 3 Randomizer because hovering is a big deal. But if they find Zelda 3 Randomizer super compelling, honestly, I think that at that point, they should still be playing it. Don't bother hovering. Understand that puts them at a disadvantage if they're racing. But that shouldn't stop somebody from playing a game. Is that just scoping exclusionary behavior? If our definition is that if you use turbo, just to keep it on topic, that you don't belong in the community, then yeah, that would be using scope as an excuse for exclusionary behavior. But if what we're talking about is, hey, these are runs that are directly comparable with each other, then I'm not sure that that's entirely accurate. I think that it's realistic, not realistic, I think it's reasonable to say, hey, if I'm playing, let's say, Mega Man, Japanese runners, JRTA rules allow for turbo in Mega Man speedruns. And this is a humongous advantage. Being able to use turbo in Mega Man speedruns speeds up a lot of stuff. Mega Man is a famously very mash-heavy game. It's one of the reasons that I don't particularly enjoy speedrunning it, outside of Mega Man X Buster Only, which doesn't really have any heavy mash in it. Saying we should make categories that don't have turbo in them that's reasonable, I think. That way there's direct comparability, and it's not just, oh, the Japanese runners are all categorically better. And if you can pay to have a turbo controller, then that makes you better. And then we start walking into, like, how much technical assistance is okay for, again, direct comparability. I think that it would be a problem if I said people who use turbo playing Mega Man don't belong in, any community of people who play Mega Man. That would suck shit. Also, Ethereal Dragon, thank you so much for 2 months. Hey, everybody can split anytime that they want to. But I do recommend doing it mostly around Sildra cutscenes. That's appropriate. Or whenever I hit the reset button. You feel that it's a bit too close to, you feel it is close. No, you feel it is too close to, quote, your disability grants you an advantage. If we were talking about assistive devices, like assistive technologies, I would agree with you. We're talking about a turbo button, which is a little bit different. In general, that's not what we're going to be talking about. Like, we're not talking about assistive devices. And also, again, I think that it's important to remember that nothing stops you from doing speedruns in, with a turbo button in Mega Man. You do your run via JRTA rules, and then you've done a speedrun. Like, individual leaderboards are just a group of constraints put onto a game so that things are directly comparable. Yeah, to note, I've never seen assistive technologies be something like that has been like frowned upon in speedrunning circles. Recording macros so that you can do chains of inputs with a single button press is something that a turbo controller is generally not considered directly an assistive technology. It's worth pointing out that assistive controllers that exist, for the most part, don't implement turbo functionality. And we should be really careful about defining turbo. the point of this turbo controller is that I'm pressing this button currently, the A button, it's the switch. I'm pressing it 30 times a second. If this were pressing the A button at like my max that I've ever been able to pull off for mashing, because Omni brought a really cool device to SGDQ 2018, I think, that let you test like your mash in a, don't you do it, thank you, in like a 10-second, a 30-second, and a 60-second burst. My best 10-second mash was like 12 hertz. If this were mashing at 12 hertz, I think that we would be having a slightly different conversation about whether we should be considering it an assistive technology. But this is a controller that is just straight up meant to do better than any human is capable of. Three. All right, cool. Oh right, the mithril swords. I was very confused. Yeah, in this case, I think that's a fair point. We need to define the word assistive a little bit. We need to scope it a little bit more narrowly than it helps. Because yes, by definition, of course, a turbo controller is assisting me. You can't mash, your joints just aren't held together well. Yeah, I think that's something that's perfectly reasonable. Like, and at that point, what I would say is, like, if we're talking about, scoping to Mega Man, generally speaking, RPGs are more or less pretty on board with people using turbo controllers, as long as you say, hey, this is a turbo run. But if we're talking about Mega Man, like, at that point, JRTA rules. You don't play the categories that are constrained to not have turbo. Terrible mini. Terrible movement. Right. Magic first. terrible. Please be kind. Yeah, most leaderboards in the RPG runs that I've done, which to be sure is not all that many of them. But Final Fantasy V and VI both just integrate turbo and non-turbo into the leader run, or into the leaderboard, and then you just check a box saying, yeah, this run was with turbo. The world record for both Final Fantasy V and VI is using turbo. Likewise, Super Mario RPG uses turbo. They were, I think, among the people who were the loudest about saying that turbo was just fine. One of the interesting things about Super Mario RPG, and this actually can go back to the thing that I was saying about recording macros being meaningfully different than mapping individual buttons. Turbo in Super Mario RPG lets you clear text boxes faster, of course, but it actually doesn't help with super jumping, which is tremendously important in the Super Mario RPG run. Yeah, I think that holding A to just clear text boxes is a really good design. I'm glad when games do that. And yeah, there's a weird sort of aspect of pay to win with turbo as well, which is kind of uncomfortable. Not just because, hey, this controller is more expensive than a regular Super Famicom controller, but this controller has a different rate of mashing than this controller, which is a real problem because some games are going to do better with the ASCII pad. Other games are going to do better with the Super Hori Commander, which is 24 hertz. Generally speaking, if you do an emulator run, the expectation is that you're going to have inputs displayed as well. Because basically every emulator that allows for every emulator that is allowed by the various board rules also has the ability to display the inputs that are being put in. So most emulators just mash at 30 hertz with turbo. But it's going to be very clear if your run is actually just, some sort of task thing that's doing a lot of weird stuff. You like having a toggle button for auto advance? Yeah, I think that's fair. Or a game that has a separate button for speeding up the text is also quite nice. best possible implementation for text skip is toggle skips until a decision is necessary. I haven't encountered that one. Yeah, I guess with no other context, the the statement, if you're doing an emulator run, you're going to have inputs. Yes, that. No shit, right? Ah, okay. Persona games have it. Would it surprise you to learn that I've never played them? Given that I haven't encountered that? But yeah, all that to say, just to get back on the original topic, Turbo's good. And I think that there being leaderboards that allow Turbo is very good. Yeah, so the ASCII pad actually does move up and eventually... Nope, it's not going to manage to focus. Anyway, that's labeled slow. And that just is an auto fire for start. Yeah, I think having a start auto fire is pretty standard fare. Your GameCube Turbo doesn't have an auto fire start option? Fair enough. I'm not familiar with controllers after the Super Nintendo era, really. So that's on me for the lack of specificity there. How's it going, Venustar? How long has this run been going? 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 12, 13, 14, 15 seconds? Every 5 minutes or so, you'll see it swap over to the multi-category view, which makes it very clear that Final Fantasy VI has not started yet. The big question today is, will I finish Final Fantasy V and start Final Fantasy VI? Did I just do a dupe glitch a second ago? Yes. What's the little question? The little question is how many times we're going to get to hear Battle at the Big Bridge today. You're on your first playthrough and you need to learn that. My understanding is that the way that it works on GBA and Super Nintendo are different. So if you're on GBA, I'm not going to be able to help you out. If you're not on GBA, however, what you want to do is have a single weapon. You're on the fan translation. Perfect, that's what I'm playing. All right, so you want to have a single weapon that you can throw in your inventory. So in this case, I used a single mithril knife that existed in my inventory. I had 2 of them. One of them was equipped on Bart's. The other one was just sitting in the inventory. And critically, my ninja, Ferris in this case, had nothing equipped in one of her hands. So I equip the single item that she can equip, but also throw, onto Ferris. So now there's an empty slot in my inventory. But as long as I go directly from my inventory to the throw menu, I'm able to throw that empty item And then if you go into your inventory on another character, you're going to see that there's M5 of nothing in your inventory. So whatever you steal, as long as you don't already have it in your inventory, you need to have no ethers in this specific instance. This is also answering It's Me Luigi's question. As long as you don't have another ether in this case, because I'm about to steal an ether, and you successfully steal an ether, you will then have 0 ethers, but the ether is still listed in your inventory. So now I have 0 ethers, but I can use an ether because the game says, hey, you just got an ether, so clearly you can use one, which re-underflows to M5. So now I have 255 ethers, which I'm going to sell pretty shortly. Yeah, there are ways to duplicate items on the GBA. I don't know what they are because, as you can see, I'm not. Yes, you dupe the stolen item, not the equipped item. I still possess exactly 1 mithril knife. YouTube managed to content ID Big Bridge, even though it was all fucked up. I hate that. I don't like learning that at all. That's terrible. I'm not surprised. So far, my favorite thing is that they've also managed to content ID static, like a period of static from my console messing up a couple years back when I was still in Texas. My NES messed up. I forget what game I was playing, but the game crashed. And I got this burst of static that was like 4 seconds long, and it really sucked. Wasn't a big fan of it. It also got content ID'd, which was real cool. Yo, Loon, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I'm sorry to tell you, but I only have 1 copy of this game currently going. What was the static identified as? I forget what it was. It was some pop song. There we go. Another streamer that you follow had a round of Jackbox in their YouTube archive DMCA'd by another streamer for infringing on their Jackbox stream. That's delicious. That's real good. Although my favorite misuse of content ID is still Guinness, like, of the world records list. They they claimed a bunch of Super Mario Brothers 1 playthroughs because they officially recognized a SMB1 world record and put up a video of it. So Content ID started auto-claiming everything for them. Yeah, it's not unheard of for creators to usually DMCA other people, like re-streaming and claiming that it's their own content. That's not completely unheard of. It's pretty wild to try to pull that shit. You know, when it's not just recycled content. That sucks. It's weird how the system gets abused that way. Who could have seen this coming? Does the ID claimant keep all the cash that they made before the content ID is overturned? That's a good question. I don't have I don't have any monetization on my channel, so I actually don't know. I don't know what that looks like after the fact. It used to be that way. There you go. Some larger channels left the platform because they were permanently losing out on money. That sucks. There's I know a couple of newer platforms which are paid platforms. Honestly, if they supported PayPal, I would already be subscribed to them. But there's some new competition in YouTube's space, which I think is very good. Once again, you're looking at my screen and you're confused by the lack of a list of jobs. Well, let me help you out. Thief, ninja, ninja, ninja. I hope that clears things up for you. The job list is, so subject to change without notice, however. Yeah, pure chaos. You can have more jobs. You can get jobs more than once. I was actually I rolled and I got just all the jobs as many times as I want. Most of them I'll use. Some of them I might not. Yeah. First job, Final Fantasy V. Second job, Final Fantasy VI. The other two jobs are Super Mario World runs when these runs inevitably die. That's correct. One day you're going to play a Fiesta, or even just this game on its own. You've watched it enough. It's a ton of fun. I really, really highly recommend playing Final Fantasy V. If you get a lot of choice paralysis, Fiesta is a pretty good way to experience the game. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Using something like 4-Job Fiesta to give you this idea that here's what you're going to use. White Mage, Time Mage, Berserker, Dancer, deal with it. Blood Zerk run? Yeah. Currently watching a streamer running the Fiesta with Ninja, Dragoon, Red Mage. That's a pretty okay. It's a decent composition. That's flexible. Yeah, that sucked. But I've already menued everybody over to, what's it called? So it's fine. To Thunder Scrolls. kind of good to get Dragoons with the throw. Your physical stat boosts the shuriken damage. I actually didn't know that. I thought that just about everything is magic power. That was perfect. I'm never going to get that again. Oh, I've peaked. I'm never going to get better at flying the airship than I was just now. Wish I'd used that on a better run. I've got to go look at... Gotta remember to check out the VOD. Need to figure out what my visual cues should be for, like, where to turn. Scrolls are magic, but weapons and shurikens is physical. Okay. Sear Sky, thank you for the good luck. Crozet, thank you also. Bad movement. Nene with the backseat. Break a crystal. That sounds like something that a villain would do, though. I don't think I'm supposed to be breaking the crystals. You know what? Fuck it. So far, it's worked out for me every other time that I've broken crystals. Every time that I break a crystal, I become more powerful. So, why not? Villainy is fun. You're right. That's true. This is a game about the virtues of deforestation. So, yeah, let's do a villainy. That sounds fun. Consider void. Oh, that's very smart. Yeah. I think it's time to consider some void in my life. Can we get an evil laugh? I need to practice one. You know, a lady had the Wicked Witch of the West cackle down pat. Oh, that's awesome. See, when you can just bust out the Wicked Witch of the West's laugh, that's how you know that you've arrived at a point in your life. It's a good point, I think. You just have to be very careful about the dangers of water, mostly. Like, maybe make sure that you are staying the correct amount of hydrated, and you don't like overdo it in terms of the hydration. Like, that's water, my one weakness. Oh no. How's it going, Given? So far the run is good. It's fine. There have been some bad parts. Only 7 seconds off of my current PB, so that's not too bad. All right, I feel that it's very important for me to Hey kids, we have fun here. However, water is not for internal use only. Please, shower. Look, I've been to conventions. I've been to tech conventions. I've been to GDQs. Please shower. Everybody will thank you. Sona, what's up? It's true. Showering does rule. get to be in a thinking chamber. Yeah. That's what a good shower is. So I know that everybody in my chat is already following both Son of Ozu and a Raving Loon, but just in case you're not, you should follow both Sana and Loon. Loon streams often, good content. Sana streams sometimes, good content. Yeah, lately I've also been using showers for cooling off and feeling like I'm not dying. That's been a really good part of taking showers lately. Turned off the auto fire just a little bit too soon. Showers are good, but standing and bending is way harder and harder now. Joint pain. Yeah, that's... Baths are good for that then. Bathtubs. Surprisingly uncommon in Finland. The flip side of that, though, is that I do have a sauna, so... Like, there is a trade-off there. Yeah, that's actually running out of hot water. That's another thing that's very different since I moved from the States to Finland. I'm not sure that it's possible to run out of hot water here. I've never managed it, and I love taking very long hot showers. Your parents have a big fancy tub and you live near them, but it feels real awkward to ask. Look, you've spent, I mean, probably something on the order of 18 years using your parents' bathtub. Your parents probably, this is not true universally, but your parents probably enjoy your company. You get a nice long hot bath. They get to see you for, lunch, dinner, whatever. And after that long hot bath, you can relax, talk, have coffee. Assuming that you get along with your parents, like that's nothing but upside. Gave you their old water cooler. Just hit you up with big 5-gallon jugs that he got from work. Nice. All right. This is actually, even though I got further than this is where the run ended yesterday. Because I accidentally half-stepped on my way back to that airship. So today I'm gonna take it real easy. So I lost a little bit more time here. That's a bummer. I felt like I played it pretty well, too. Oh. Yeah, to be sure, hot tubs are often not particularly hygienic, and public hot tubs. I can certainly understand that being a concern. That said, you know, what with the world ending and all, I think that even if you're willing to accept that base risk, it's pretty tough to want to accept the additional risk incurred by public living with strangers. Seltzer's gone. I mean, I'm not sure that that's true, though. I think that something of value is stored in hot tubs. Comfort. I do agree, however, that no great deed is esteemed in a hot tub. Perfect. Were those nights on Segways? This game was made before Segways existed, but something similar at minimum. We're still behind. But I think that I gained a little bit of time here. I split on the fade to black, by the way. Little chariots. Yeah, that's almost certainly correct. Maybe I didn't gain time. Nope. Lost time. That's the opposite. That's worse. Seraph, how's it going? Thank you for the good luck. So far, fast is happening, so we'll see if I keep it up. I just have to play perfect, that's all. Yeah, every now and then I manage to pull something like it off anyway. Yeah, I'm excited for the Pixel remasters. That's right. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. How finishable is this run? So far, I haven't done anything to ruin it. If I get to World 3, I should be able to finish it. Oh, the category? Pretty finishable overall. There's a couple of spots where RNG can be a little bit mean, but overall, this run's pretty consistent. Until you start, like, pushing yourself to go fast. At that point, it becomes fairly easy to make mistakes. And it's just a real small mistake can completely end the run. It's a problem. Yeah, Mr. Cab, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. What were you playing? How did it go? I should move up and actually initiate this fight. Speedrun mode, you just got 3 rods in China in Panzer Paladin. Dang, when I open up speedrun.com, am I gonna have to start verifying a bunch of Panzer Paladin runs from you? That's exciting. For anybody who isn't familiar with Panzer Paladin, take Blaster Master and kind of cross it with like Zelda 2. It's a really cool game. It's super fun. It's an indie and it flew under a lot of people's radars, but it's so good. It's extremely worth playing. As a speedrun, it's very fun. Casually, I had a blast. That's fine. It's the same number of steps. You got the physical copy? Nice. I mean, I didn't get stuck as a verifier. I volunteered to do it. Speedrunning is a ton of fun, and one of the things about leaderboards is that people who enjoy a game and who, to some degree understand how it works, being there to help verify runs when they're submitted to the leaderboard, make sure that nothing weird's going on, stuff like that, is pretty important. And you get an allotted extra hour every day to watch a Mega Man run? You promise you won't put that towards sleep instead? I don't think that I believe you. You know that summer's going well? When you have to use medicated lip balm that you normally only have to use in winter. So coming up is Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley, I think, is one of the scariest places in this run. Just about every screen has at least one area where it's very easy to step wrong and permanently ruin your step route. Attack. How's it going? Thank you for the good luck. What marathon is this for? So this isn't for a marathon in particular. This is a marathon run, like somebody who is just doing a very long effort. Yeah, this isn't for submitting to a marathon or anything like that. This is just, yeah, Final Fantasy V followed immediately by Final Fantasy VI. That's a marathon. I feel okay calling that a marathon. Once I finish the first one of these back-to-back runs, I'm going to start learning Final Fantasy IV. And then once I learn Final Fantasy IV, it's going to turn into 4, 5, 6, which I feel even more justified referring to as a marathon. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Does that get me over 24 hours? No. 4, 5, 6 would be like 11-ish, I think. 11, 12, something like that. Hours of gameplay. And each of them has like 30 minutes of credits, so, you know, tack that on. Final Fantasy randomizer runner. You'd suggest doing Final Fantasy 1, but the vanilla is super slow. So, I do own both the English NES and the Japanese Famicom cart for Final Fantasy 1. Unfortunately, currently, most of my NES, all of my NES stuff, most of my Super Nintendo stuff, is still in the States. I live in Finland now, which makes it really hard to play on those particular carts, which is a bummer. That said, Final Fantasy I, I think, is kind of famous for having some console dependency. I forget if I think it's specific consoles are good or bad for running Final Fantasy I, which does, I will admit, reduce my desire to play it a little bit. I am really excited to see what speedrunning looks like on Final Fantasy I Remaster. I would love for 1 through 6, just remaster anthology, to be something that I could turn into a category. That would be a lot of fun, I think. This screen is terrifying. That screen is very easy to misstep in, and then you just lose the run. You're done. Yeah, glitch spells and stuff not working the way it's supposed to, for obvious reasons, is not something that keeps me from playing a game. I am a Final Fantasy VI speedrunner. This one is very bad. I need to move speed up. Not bad. Phoenix down luck. Did I get that right? I hope I didn't screw that up. It'll be very obvious if I did. I think I got it. I forget if I was supposed to +2 before I went in the door. It's going to be a very embarrassing way to have lost a run if so. I think that it just started raining. Nice. We'll hopefully get everything cooling off. I personally think that it's really amazing how all of the royalty just immediately jumps into the moat. The people who are best situated to know just how bad of an idea that is. They're all like, well, you know, it's a septic tank, essentially. It's an external, it's a septic system. There's nothing tank-like about it. Seems like a good place for a swim. Let's go. Matafino, how's it going? You're late to the party, but you hope the run is going okay? So far, it's going all right. Not too bad. I'm 90% certain that I'm not completely destroyed, but we'll see soon. Given that I made it through the last 2 overworld segments, I'm pretty sure that I'm good, but the proof will be in the right barrier tower. Ah, it's royal poop that you're swimming in, so that makes it okay. That makes it better. Got it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's good. 10% completely destroyed. Okay, yeah, that's actually a really good display name. I'm stealing that. I don't know what it is, but there's something about moving near stairs in this game that just eats my inputs. Alright, small question answer. You get to hear this song twice. Don't worry, Galoof is fine, just nap time. I mean, I think that 76% of people just voted with the odds. Historically, I have not been super consistent in finishing this game. That's just the truth. The majority of the no vote was codes. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like we're probably still on step route. I think that I did not mess things up, so that's good. It is very easy to lose step route here, though. Like, the instructions are relatively straightforward. One of the nice things in a lot of maps is that you're able to bump against walls so that you don't, like, have stuff go wrong. But in the tower, like, all of the stuff that I'm doing, I'm not really bumping against walls for the most part, which is a bummer. Yeah, we're still on step route. Oh yeah, no, I also donate money to save the animals. I mean, so when I'm a runner, my choice is always next unmet. So whatever the next incentive is, it hasn't been met yet. I don't think that it matters at this point, actually. I need to move here. Oh yeah, it mattered. Oh. That's timeless. That's my fault. But yeah, as a runner, it's always next unmet incentive, because that gives more of the marathon. But if I'm donating, it's always to something slightly antagonistic, like save the animals. Something that makes people want to continue donating to charity. Yeah, exactly. Anything to make the marathon longer. That's the single most important thing. More marathon means more charity. Got 2 negative tests today. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that you were in a position to need to receive negative tests. That sucks. I hope that you feel better soon, friend. Donation incentive, I take an extra step? Absolutely not. How dare you? Can't believe that you would even suggest such a thing. I mean, to be fair, my normal speedruns that aren't 5+6 marathon runs, such an incentive does exist. It's a channel points reward. You can reset my Super Nintendo whether I like it or not normally. Final Fantasy V for crowd control. That could be interesting. Ferris, you become a ninja. Escape. Optimized. Lena, you become Time Mage. The mass. Thank you so much for 22 months. 22 months with Prime is super impressive. Prime is one of those things where, like, having to re-up it every single month, that requires a lot of effort. half-step question. Are they real half-steps or half-step in name only? That's a fair question, but it actually begs an ontological question. Could you define what you mean when you say real half-step? In other words, 2 half-steps would equal a single full step. No. You are specifically triggering a menu buffered halfway through a step. That is what half-step means here. The way that the RNG interacts with a half step is way weirder than just doing 2 half steps would equal 1 step. Half steps are used to bypass a bunch of encounters. Yeah, I believe that the half-step nomenclature was a Final Fantasy IV thing first. Rising inflection indicating uncertainty. Because they use the same idea to trigger the mist skip early on in the game. It's a little bit different. Like, they trigger a save during it. They do a bunch of stuff. Samurai. Go, Lina becomes a thief. Ferris becomes a chemist. Also with Giltos. That was a terrible menu. That was abysmal. Oh, interesting. Final Fantasy IV took it from Mega Man. Okay. Oh, Iceless was taken from Mega Man. Gotcha. That makes more sense. Yeah, I'm familiar with Iceless. That's right. I think that, yeah, it's like this. Yes. We're good. My paintbrush looks a little off. I'm confused. Oh, the world map being on fire. Yeah. You're not sure you've been awake before to see that world map scene? Well, good news. Please move out of my way quickly. Not as bad as it could have been. Yeah, that was from bad menuing. Did the Crystal Guardians have no names? I don't usually pay enough attention. They easily could have not. Don't worry, after spending the first half of the game trying to save crystals, we just saw 4 crystalline entities, each of which had a power like earth, wind, fire, ice, and so we decided naturally to beat the shit out of them. Exdeath gives you something of a Skeletor vibe. Yeah, he is very over-the-top opera villain-y. Also, he's made of wood. Yeah, that's true. If only they had the heart crystal, then they could make Exdeath be their friend. You can't fire me. I quit. So you are meant to just duke it out for a long time with Galoof there. Galoof can't die. However, because Galoof is wearing bone mail, which gives him undead stats, a Phoenix Down will kill him, which automatically ends that particular fight. Which is great, because we can skip content. It also makes this cutscene funnier, because we keep on trying to heal him wearing bone mail. Save the Galoofs? Ooh, I've got bad news for you on that incentive. That one's never getting met. Oh yeah, bone mail only functions that way in combat. That's true. Galoof dies there no matter what. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's scripted. You kill Galoof and now Kara is going to join the party. It just makes it funnier, because Galoof is wearing bone mail, which, in battle does mean that once you're dead with bone mail in battle, there's no reviving you. Kara gets all of Galoof's experience, AP, all that stuff. So all of the job level routing that I've been doing with Galoof just carries over straight to Kara, except that she has strictly better stats. Yeah, no. No, suddenly you have a useless party member. That would suck. This whole cutscene is about Galoof's ghost giving Kara all of Galoof's former strength. Which is kind of a bummer, because previously Kara had some really badass cutscene powers, and she doesn't get those anymore. Define useless. She is going to end up dead at the end of the game. Not for any plot reasons, we just don't keep her alive in the speedrun. Go. That. Go. Jump. I'm gonna just get some escape. came down with acute protagonism. God, that's real good. And also completely accurate, yes. When you did Forge Out Fiesta, you had a strong tendency to do level grinding on World 1 Black Flames after getting the Earth Crystal. That's fair. I think that in World 1, going for mini dragons is among the better grinds. That might have given you a little bit better experience in AP. They're on par with World 3 enemies. But you do have to worry about running into the old man when you do that. So, you know, just be ready to murder him and then you're good. Acute protagonism has a high chance of having the hero recur after the hero is dead. Just look at Zero. Yeah, that's true. Too hard without a ninja. That makes sense. Children love the meat fork. Ninja. Smoke. Paris becomes a thief. Fine. Escape. Thief. Fine. It's almost very bad. And the mix is Maiden's Kiss and Revenge. Alright. Next death setup is job. Then it becomes a chemist. Skill toss. Carrot as a knight. Skill toss. Optimized. Mithril. It's just 3. Okay, good. That's a good question. I think that Xdeath got an extra attack in because I was too slow. I'm pretty sure that was my fault. Yeah, World 3 time. Now I have to really, really mess up for this to not be a PB. I mean, or PB. PB is not what I meant to say. I'm a minute and 8 seconds off of PB. PB is unlikely. What I meant to say is that I have to really mess up for this run not to finish. That's a different thing. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I can definitely mess up, though. I've condensed my old notes down into, I mean, I feel like they're nicer notes overall, but they are, they're more terse. $30K was lost, but nobody reacted to your blatant provocation. Yeah, that sucks. You might well not lose. It's entirely possible that I still mess up the run. Like, so there's no encounters. Like, encounters are turned off currently. But if I misstep, the step route's over. And that doesn't make the run unwinnable anymore, necessarily. But it does make it impossible to PB, and it does make it more dangerous. Literally, the first thing you said when you came to chat is, "I'm here to show you how to gamble." Yeah, nice. I missed that line. I was probably focusing on gameplay. I apologize. That's my fault. That's rude of me. Reminder, you can meet Coco in World 2, which means that Boko has had all of maybe 5 minutes to get Coco pregnant, and Coco is pregnant. Boko, fast runner, fast at other things. Step route, I'm 99% certain, is not a concern once I'm on Boko at this point, though. Boko does have step route apply to him in World 1, but in World 3, that's not true. Of course, I lose time if I mess up my movement, but Boko, I think, keeps me safe. I forget where you find Coco in World 2. It's some island, if I recall. Ariash, how's it going? Nice. Okay. My bad. Fat Swordsman, the no penalty backseat, telling me to watch out for children and splinters. That's true. Splinters can be very dangerous. You can get an infection. You never want to have to deal with something like Staph aureus. It's not good for you, like even in the best of cases. But you can also get like a spiritual infection is the problem. Like a warlock sort of just stowing away in your body. It's terrible. It's terrible. Crimson Green, how's it going? It's very kind of you to believe in me. I'm not sure that necessarily is in line with history, but I appreciate it. Mayo, how's it going? Pony 11, you do not believe in me. That's fair. That's true. If something goes wrong, we can always get a run or two of Super Mario World. I really want a remake so that they have to skillfully render Guido and an X-Death having some wild ninja battle. Ancient Tree and Ancient Turtle having their grudge match. Keep in mind that that table used to be a stairway to another floor where there were scholars. They're just trapped up there now. They don't get to come down. Should have been in the main room, idiots. How are we doing? Totally fine. So here we are. Paris becomes Bard. Giltoss, of course. Easiest cutscene skip in all video games. Yo, Eric's, thank you very much for the raid. Hey, anybody who's not already following Eric's 33, Eric's has caused me a lot of heartache when it comes to losing world records. You should be following Eric's. If you're interested in watching somebody who has just a ridiculous range of amazing talent when it comes to playing various speed games. Austin, how's it going? Did give you combine, right? Rude. Oh no. Up. It's antidote eye drop, I think. Machine head. Dragon Fang. Eye drop. DP on Kara. Where are we? We are still DP on Kara. Go. I'm losing so much time on mummies, this sucks. mummies. Ghosts, black magic. Carrot mediator. Cover. Optimized. Great. Well, I'm able to finish, but we are now no longer on step route. I also don't know the route back. There we go. What a bummer. Yeah, when you don't have a step route, having a thief with flee is very important. Yeah, now I don't even have to care about my step route. Now I just have to think about menus and Omega, and that's it. That's true. Also, you get to scientifically determine just how much time the step route actually saves, which is a fair thing to wonder, especially due to the fact that, oh dear, job, bus, ninja, escape, optimized, great. Oh no. Quit. Are you? Guard ring. Absolutely not. Literally never. But yeah, especially with all the back and forth and like running in literal circles that you do in the void, I can understand, you know, wondering just how much time you're actually saving. So yeah, we'll show you. I think this is still sub 4. I don't know if I'm going to lose a full 10 extra minutes. I might lose a full 10 extra minutes. So this might not be sub 4, which would be very embarrassing. But what matters most is that I finished the run. Anything else? Alright, we're good. No, you're not supposed to do road rage. And to Butts' credit, he did not do Road Rage. But it's just as important to not do, you know, Sky Rage. Turns out flying angry is just as dangerous. Look at those losers. I'm gonna kill most of them. Yeah, that was extra steps. Here's where I need to buffer right. Flying around the world 5 times seems like a healthy outlet for anger. Fair. However, flying around the world while you're pushing your skyboat to the point where it's shaking because it can't take what you're doing, that seems dangerous to me. Don't be like Setzer. Don't fly around the world lost in thought, thinking about your lost friend. Yeah, fair. So here, Ferris goes front. Ferris becomes normal. Escape, combine, optimized. Just in case. Hera comes beef with cover. Not putting anything on her. This becomes a red mage. Red mage. There we go. Running shoes. Float. Thank you. Oh, I forgot something. I don't mean this cases float. Alright, cool. Cool. It's fine. Feels wrong. That's because it was wrong. Okay. Should be fine. Just a little bit of extra money. I had some extra. No, that was a panda. Like, it literally said right there, that was a panda. Anyway, this room really sucks. This room, you save a million years by being on step route. One person called it Amanda. Okay, that's very good. I like that. Yeah, once I've broken step route, it's gone for the rest of the run. Actions in battle are not going to change step routing. Doesn't actually matter here. Like, I will get more fights. So. We are now set up. Ferris gets gill toss and combine. Lina, double TP Paris. Beta win. Hide combine? Hide combine. Will I be playing some Mario tonight? Or maybe. Don't know yet. Extra steps, that's good. Finder News with the no penalty backseat telling me, hey, watch out for that tree. Yeah, that's actually really good advice. I think there's I don't think he's a good guy. I don't think this tree is a good guy. I'm fairly certain at this point actually that tree is up to no good. Which is a surprise because trees typically are very good for the environment. You saw this tree jump into a vent? Ooh, that doesn't look good. Answer. Samurai. Hopefully that doesn't matter at all, does it? Good. Two DPs. I need. It was just a weird turn order. I need to double check my optimized route there, because clearly I messed up. I messed up in my notes. All right, well, that's one down, one to go. Credits are, of course, going to play out. I am going to take the chance to run AFK, going to refill half a liter of water and a glass of seltzer, stretch my legs. I'm going to be back in, I don't know, like 5-ish minutes. But as you can see, gameplay's not going anywhere. Now's a great time to stretch your legs. Obviously, I'm not done tonight, so I will be back shortly. Catsworth, thank you for the raid. Feels very wrong to be getting raided by Catsworth. It's always the other way around. Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, we made it to Final Fantasy VI, so that'll happen soon. Alright, new prediction. Before you bet, remember, Final Fantasy VI has the Imperial Air Force. There's a point where even if I've played 100% perfectly, the game can just say, I've decided that you don't get to win today. So that's important to remember when you're betting. Blazing Blade. Have I considered killing Kefka in the world of balance? That would make 6 go much faster. Oh, that's really smart. I should try that. Yeah, I'm gonna try that this time. Let's see if it works out. But yeah, welcome in everybody from Catsworth Stream. I'm Tina. I play video games. Occasionally I play them fast. More often I play them less fast than I would have preferred to have played them, but, you know, such is life. And you all have joined at the single most exciting part of any speedrun, especially multi-game speedrun, the credits. So these credits are going to play out, and then I'm going to be moving over to Final Fantasy VI, which I guess means that I should just go ahead and change over to Final Fantasy VI. Wait. Why were submissions closed for Will We Beat Final Fantasy VI? That was supposed to run for 30. I said it for 30 seconds? No, that's bad. That was supposed to go for 30 minutes. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna delete that and then I'm gonna restart it. Return all those points. Start a new prediction. 30 minutes. There we go. Hey, way better. That's the way it's supposed to have worked. 30 seconds is just a speed run of voting on whether or not I'm going to win the game. It's true. Get out of here, Kara. This is for dead people. Your friends left you for dead, but that doesn't make you dead. Get out. You can't come to heaven yet. Being less than optimistic is, look, the thing that you're voting on is not whether or not you want me to win the game. You're hanging out here, I figure you probably, to varying degrees, want to see me beat the game. I appreciate all of you hanging out with me. What you're voting on is whether or not you think I'm going to beat the game, and that's a very different thing to ask. And not in a, ever sense. You're voting on whether or not you think I'm going to beat the game this time. Anybody who would get mad at you for voting no, fuck them. When I do these back-to-back runs, will I ever throw in the JRTA strat of Phoenix down and Kara for the faster ending? Yeah, that actually has occurred to me. Especially since one of the reasons that I record my runs the way that I do, from reset to finish, is specifically so that I have the ability to do a frame count and get the JRTA timing. Kate, you're rooting for me, but you're also a traitor. No, like I said, playing the odds is fine. The Imperial Air Force ends a lot of runs. Oh, shit. I just looked up at how many points are being bet. So far, almost 100,000 has voted that I will beat Final Fantasy VI. Almost 40,000 have said the Imperial Air Force is probably going to end my run, which is, again, that's fair. That's right, the Imperial Air Force, parenthetical IAF. Yo, Desi, how's it going? It's been a while. Thank you for the good luck. Is there a reason, like Final Fantasy I NES, to let the credits roll? Nope. But I always let the credits roll in a speedrun that I've done. And like I mentioned, like I do want to have JRTA timing. And JRTA timing ends at the end of the credits. The way that JRTA timing works is it's from console power on to the end of credits. So from console power on feels kind of like task timing, but it doesn't end at final input, it ends at the end of credits. Yeah, the Windrake is obtainable in World 3. I also like that little touch that they didn't forget about it. You can totally get the Windrake. Yeah, I mean, you can do any timing that makes sense to you for sure. SDA tends to do first input to last input. That tends to be SDA style timing, not really North America, quote unquote. Most more recent speed games seem to do from relatively stable points, so we're not worried about first frame of input. We would just say, like, usually from selecting new games, something along those lines. Will I need a break at the opera? I've already drank a liter of water. I've already taken one break though, so I don't know, maybe. I'm gonna play it by ear. My space in Texas, back when I lived in the States, it wasn't immediately obvious, but I was in a master bedroom, so sprinting to the restroom was a little bit quicker than sprinting to the restroom here. And also, back then I was playing often with speakers, so I always knew exactly where in the opera I was, so I knew how much of a panic I should be washing my hands in. Whereas here, it's always headphones. Which means that I'm just constantly in a state of panic as I'm washing my hands. It's not a good feeling. Wireless headphones? No, not on my life. Why would I spend extra money on headphones that sound worse? So JRTA timing begins right. There. Right at the flash. The first flash, obviously. Good enough? Yeah, looks good enough. All right, I think that I have the seed manipulation set up, so I only need to do one walk. Yep, cool. So JRTA timing would start now. Desi, how did you get that emote prefix? What the hell? That's amazing. I love it. How? I mean, yeah, I guess that's fair, but I'm surprised that you're the first person who went for gay as your emote prefix. Though I suppose usually people tend to have some derivative of their Twitch handle, which would reduce the amount of people going for something like that, but even still. Also, Desi was taken, of course. I mean, I get it. Tina was also taken, hence T-Hacks, for my prefix. But yeah, I feel like that is, as Easeout said, that is prime real estate. Perhaps they'll go to 7-letter prefixes at some point. Yeah, I mean, right now, don't they go to 7 if they have to append a digit? I think that's how they do that. Oh yeah, if you're a partner, you can get whatever prefix. I think the smallest prefix is 3 letters, but other than that, yeah, you can get whatever prefix you want. You can have a longer than 6-character prefix. Okay, am I fleeing Biggs and Wedge to get Terra more experience? Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Oh, they're an affiliate. It's 6 letters and 2 digits. Gotcha. Gotcha. I see what you're saying now. What's my ATB look like? I didn't see it. It's not great. Bad damage rolls, too. Oh, I'm gonna get a groom. I'm gonna go for it. Yeah, that was a really, really sketchy quick kill there. You basically can't do any worse and still have it work, so I'm glad it worked at least. Went to the beach a couple weeks ago, saw a real whelk at the aquarium. They have a little piece of shell on top of their heads for when they retract. Oh, that's cool. Do they defend themselves with lightning? Is it the experience thing again for why I intentionally firebeam the shell, or is that a script thing? That's actually a script thing. Specifically, what I'm doing is I'm triggering a glitch called counter canceling. So whenever you attack the shell, the whelk always counterattacks. if you make the Welk shell counterattack when it's about to take its action, that'll actually cancel its upcoming action. If you've played this game, you probably know that during this fight, the Welk is supposed to retract into its shell, and you just have to wait. The quick kill is making it so that it doesn't do that, so that you can get the damage in that you need to. And since the shell is actually responsible for the action that is retracting into its shell, you get to use that as the counter cancel. That guy just really, really wanted to throw a wrench at me. Yeah, Mist Dragon, Wing Raptor, and Welk all are about teaching you about active time battle. Guard Scorpion also. It's funny, having played Final Fantasy IV, 5, and 6 before I played 7, because I played 7 relatively late. I actually, so when I read that, the attack when its tail's up, etc., I read that as like a warning, like, hey, if you attack when its tail's up, it'll counter with laser. I never had, I didn't feel like it was a lack of communication. I didn't ever really interpret the statement attack when its tail's up as an imperative. I assumed that it was a predicate. But also, I had the benefit of having played other Final Fantasies with ATB first. That makes a difference, I think. Yeah, I think that when you know what it's going for, when you have that knowledge beforehand, it's a lot easier to see that and go, oh yeah, I see what they're trying to say. I've never played anything after 7, so I have no idea if there's ATB tutorial in 8 or anything like that. Not for snobby, I think 8 and everything after 7 was crap reasons, just I only played Final Fantasy VII like 3 years ago for the first time. Like I quit playing video games when I was a kid after the Super Nintendo was current. Feel like I might like 9. Does 9 do any weird camera stuff? I say weird. Any completely normal, reasonable, and high-quality camera stuff, frankly. The reason that I ask is because, like, third-person cameras that follow the character tend to make me pretty motion sick. So, like, modern Final Fantasies, I would not be able to play. What is a console that I refuse to ever play? I struggle to think of one. I'm not sure that I have one. Yeah, I don't think that I have one where I refuse to play a given game console. Like, there's plenty of consoles that I'm unlikely to play just because I'll never get my hands on them. Yeah, Virtual Boy I played as a kid. We rented one. Yeah, we rented one from Blockbuster when they were brand new. Yeah, my brother and I both got pretty motion sick from it. I don't think that it was motion sickness, though. Like, I think we just had really bad headaches from the super harsh red and black display. We were just talking about motion sickness, so in my head I was talking about motion sickness, but no. The Virtual Boy I don't think made us particularly motion sick. It was very harsh. When does Sildra come back? So anyway, it's time to go meet Edgar. Sildra's a mount in 14. That rules. Rude. Oh no, you didn't get an answer. Do you want to go visit? You want to go see the farm upstate where Sildra's? I'll give them a call. I'll see when their next visiting hours are. I'll get back to you. But yeah, since there's a bunch of people here who've watched me play a bunch of Final Fantasy V, this is the RPG that I was grinding for a long time before I learned how to play Final Fantasy V. So if you've got questions, I am more than happy to explain the stuff that's going on. A lot of this is going to feel pretty familiar. I'm on a step route. The way that the step route works is a little bit different versus Final Fantasy V. One of the really interesting things about Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 is that all of them have step routes. Like, they're all manipulated. But the manipulation works notably differently in each one of the games, which I think is really, really cool. Nope, there are no half steps in this run. That stutter step is bad. All right. So that little girl, every time that she takes a step, she's the only entity in this entire room that consumes the NPC movement BRNG. I'm using her to manipulate a few rooms from now. I want to not have the Chancellor step in front of me. So this is just one of those rooms where being as perfect as possible is really important. Okay. She took a step. I'm probably getting Chancellor here. Okay, so Sketch. Sketch is an ability that a character called Realm has. Now, when we talk about down, maybe, nope. Yeah, so you can see there that stutter step was forced by the Chancellor's NPC movement. Anyway, so Sketch is an ability that Realm has, Realm being one of the characters in this game. That it's also the name of a glitch. Whenever you sketch an invisible entity in this game, in the 1.0 revision of the cart, there's a bug that triggers, which can do all sorts of wild stuff, up to and including like writing spells into your spell book, which themselves, by doing that, you can cause some you can cause the game to execute arbitrary, not SNES code, although you can chain to that, but it's just arbitrary instructions in Final Fantasy VI's scripting language. There's a lot of wildness that you can do with Sketch. It's really cool. However, in no Sketch, you're not allowed to use the Sketch glitch for anything. So there's a bunch of bugs that Sketch has access to that no Sketch doesn't, but we've found, for some of them at least, some clever ways that we can make use of the glitches anyway. And hopefully we'll get far enough into the run that I'll be able to show those off. Am I allowed to use Sketch normally in ways that don't trigger the glitch? That's a good question. The answer is absolutely yes. But with the asterisk there being, in this run, I'm never going to go to Thamasa, so I'm never going to get Realm, so I'll never have access to Sketch. So while the answer is, strictly speaking, yeah, totally, it's never going to happen. You believe that the layman will prefer wacky bullshit as a term? That's fair. Yeah, I'm speedrunning Final Fantasy VI. No wacky bullshit. Well, other wacky bullshit. That's probably... Yeah, it's totally permissible. Sketch has valid uses. In fact, theoretically, you're supposed to use Sketch in one of the boss fights in the game. Oh no, oh Bad Road, you don't know where that firm belief emote's from. It is not a I want to be the guy cherry. That's an apple. From Pears and Grey Witch. Which I think that you should definitely play if you don't know what that game is. It's very inexpensive. Compared to Pokemon First Gen, how powerful is Sketch? That's... So the reason that I'm currently having to think in response to that question. Is because of the fact that I don't know with certainty what the execution chain looks like that that allows you to execute arbitrary SNES code. The 52 game over glitch, there's a buffer overflow if you get 52 game overs in a row. The 52 game over glitch, I would say, is equivalent to some of the weird save corruption stuff that you can do in Pokemon First Gen. I think that Sketch is on the same level, but I don't have enough absolute knowledge of the execution path to tell you that that's definitely the case. Kate, that's extremely mean. Putting a bounty on Pears and Grey Witch finished without having modified the game. I think Gilder has finished the game once without having modified it. I think it's Gilder who did it. I forget exactly. For those of you who don't know, there's one level that is technically not impossible to finish, is my understanding of the correct way to say it. No, I know that Gilder didn't change anything. I just wasn't sure if he had actually completed it or not. Gilder must be very powerful? Yes, Gilder is very powerful. If you've been around, like, speedrunning for a very long time, the name The Great Gilder Sneeze is a name that you recognize. Gilder is, in fact, very powerful. So you're going to see me on the overworld walking in weird directions. So on the overworld, there are certain tiles that you learn to recognize what they are, but there are certain tiles that do not accrue threat. So I will be optimizing for walking over them. Terrible. And I plinked that menu. That sucks. No, I like the Chocobo music in Final Fantasy VI. I think it's really good. I love the fact that there's a vocoder that says the word Chocobo. That's so strong. movement, menus, everything is just a little bit different in this game versus 5. Please run. Thank you. Oh wow, did they do Paris and Grey Witch on Cusa Grande? I forgot about that. That would have been a group that couldn't progress that they would have done that with. There's this little bit of lag in the menus in this game that you don't notice until you've played 5. With that said, how's it going? Is that it? No. One more fight. Really, really nice trilliums today. Here's where I get Bane touched. There it is. Please don't. Unfortunate. At which point in the game can Terra start casting spells without Edgar and Locke freaking out? It is immediately after Figaro Cave. Up until the point where you reach Figaro Cave, you get that cutscene, or exit Figaro Cave. You can get it inside the cave as well. Once you're out of that cave, you're in the clear. Team Rock, how's it going? Thank you for the good luck. You confused Pears and Grey Witch with Sword of the Blackstone. I mean, that's fair, honestly. That's completely reasonable. Author Blues' speedrun of that for GDQ was really, really good. Nice Step t-shirt. Thank you, thank you. Who's the third person who always tries to peep on Alice and Bob's convos? I mean, depending on how actively the peeping happens, it's either going to be Eve, the eavesdropper, or Mallory, the malicious actor in the middle. Is Eve on my t-shirt hidden from view? Yes. If you can't see Eve, then yes, the answer is correct. My t-shirt reads, Alice and Bob and Eve and Mallory and Trent. Yeah, I really, really love Final Fantasy. Like, all Final Fantasy music is real good, right? Oh yeah, also watch the door if you aren't aware. Bannon is about to moonwalk inside. There's a few cutscenes where they don't animate the sprites, and they're always great. But yeah, Final Fantasy VI is definitely where Squaresoft has now figured out how to do amazing, like, probably among the best sound design that will ever be done on the platform, period. Final Fantasy VI, and then also Chrono Trigger, the sound design is just, it's so good. Nightshade, how's it going? As you can see, yes, I have done Final Fantasy V already. It was just good timing from my splits. Yeah, Mambo de Chocobo is real strong. But unfortunately, even Mambo de Chocobo, the sound design, like the timbre that they have the instruments playing with, is just, it's good. It's very good. I'm not saying that the sound design in Final Fantasy V is bad. I mean, I frequently point out ways that it's very good. So what I just did is a manipulation that will give us exactly 2 encounters on the raft. One right here. And then one more immediately after. Alright. If Ultros punches Edgar, then Edgar will be in the correct health range for being able to get a royal shock. Bad road with the no penalty backseat. Don't let Bannon die. Alright, I'll do my best. Well, thank you for the GG and for the good luck. Yeah, the 5 run has a couple of points where it can really go sideways, and thankfully this time nothing went well. The only thing that went sideways was me. I screwed up the step route in World 3, and that wasn't enough to make it so that I was unable to finish. Yep, the wandering NPC there burns off RNG from the NPC movement PRNG, which happens to be the same PRNG that is used for determining whether or not I get battles on the river. Alright, so here we really want to see a Royal Shock, or not Royal Shock, a Riot Blade. And Terra refuses to do her job. That's good. It's true, she does have really good sunglasses. Man, it's rough when even Bannon's doing a better job than you. How long does the battle have to last in order to be eligible for a desperation attack? 26 seconds. Yeah, Riot Blade is fairly low probability. There's actually another strat that a lot of runners prefer to use because it's 100% consistent. But it is very slightly slower than getting a Riot Blade. And yes, as was pointed out in chat, it is 1 out of 16. If you are in critical health and you are... And the battle's been going on for 26 seconds or longer. Yeah, that gold is probably fake. That gold's almost certainly fake. Maybe not. It might not be, actually, because I'm using turbo. Turbo does tend to make real gold splits. Does Shadow leaving mess up runs ever? No, because I'm not going to be completing runs with Shadow in a situation where Shadow is able to leave the party. You can Rippler the critical HP status. Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't know that one. Rippler is just, it's wild. Yeah, has a dog is a status, that's correct. You can kidnap the dog. Yeah, Strager or Gogo can ripple the dog. Give the dog to Realm. That's the canonical ending. Heavy is a weird name for the status. Heavy does a couple of things. Things like you can't use Death Potion on this unit. Get every possible Rage speedrun. That's not completable on the Super Nintendo. It's probably completable on GBA. Or maybe on Steam. Well, heavy is most commonly associated with bosses in Final Fantasy V. Yeah, it's mostly bosses who get it, and it confers boss immunities, essentially. Come on. 2 out of 3 chance. Nice. I hate that gate. It's terrible. Trying to think, I feel like most Final Fantasies don't explicitly name the world, do they? Time to go to work. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you're doing well today, Metanok. I'll do my best to give you some points. And yeah, like Bad Road said, it's not worth renaming Shadow. I actually mash B and start, and whichever one of those takes first, I'm just as happy. I will be saving Shadow, but I won't actually be using Shadow in the World of Ruin. And I won't even be picking Shadow up in the Floating Continent. He's gonna just... I mean, he's taking a nap. It would be rude, right? No, Shadow doesn't die. I do rescue Shadow. It's needed for the speedrun, believe it or not. You need Realm to be in Alzur's mansion. You didn't have to do that. Nice. Less nice. Okay, so here, watch Shadow's sprite. He is also, much like the Banon cutscene, not properly animated. See him just kind of warp off screen. Hyperspeed. Sol 2 should be our planet's name. I have a lot of questions there. Oh man, this sucks. Okay, but which planet have you decided is not a planet is the question that I have when you say that Sol 2 is the name of our planet. If we accept Sol as the name of our sun, that's perfectly fine. Oh, you're zero indexing. Got it. Okay. Well, fair enough. Yeah, Earth is indeed the only planet whose name is a noun describing dirt. There's actually a really, really good, what's it called? There's a really good bit about that in Star Control. When you meet the Supocs in Star Control 2, they are a species of plant aliens. So you say, we're from Earth, and they say, we are also from Earth. And then they point out how weird it is that non-plant beings have named their planet after, quote, good and nutritious dirt. Yeah, Star Control 2 is just amazing. I love everything about its writing. It's so good. Is there Mercury on Mercury? That's a really good question. Mercury wouldn't have been named for that, given the time frame of it having been named. And I don't know that there's any way to ascertain whether or not Mercury has Mercury on board. We can. I mean, surface, yes, but I don't think that we have the ability to properly survey it yet. Correct me if I'm wrong. Laughing More, thank you very much for the good luck. I hope that you had fun. I hope that you have a fantastic evening. Mercury has Mercury. It probably boils off when facing the sun. That's reasonable to assume. However, like, subterranean Mercury would be harder for us to detect. Also, enjoy Shadow's sprite being over top of the railing. This is bad. Almost all plants are due to plants. You know? I think you might be onto something there, Kate. I think that might be true. I'd be willing to wager that the vast majority, in fact, of plants are due to plants. I think that's maybe going to put my foot in my mouth for saying that, but I think that that's probably true. I think there's something to that. Sounds made up? You sound made up. I'm sorry, that was rude. You actually don't sound made up. I would never accuse Rosencrantz of being made up. Right, and earrings. Sounds good to me. I plinked again. God, I'm getting into that habit, and it's not good. I don't want to be in that habit. It does not kick you out of that menu when Cyan's morning timer runs out. So you need to be fast. Oh no. Piranha, you were too helpful. I was trying to do your job for you. It's gonna be really tight timing. I might wait. Thank you. This was slow. Fun fact, the aptly named terror crocodile would eat dinosaurs. They could weigh up to 8,000 pounds, 3.5 metric tons. They were around 30 feet long, which is about the size of a city bus. I feel like it's probably the dinosaur's fault. When you're introduced to something and you're told, this is a terror crocodile, maybe don't start a fight with it. Why didn't Cyan use the Phoenix Down on his family? Same reason that the Phoenix Down didn't work in Galoof's case. Yeah, Cyan's wife and son fought X-Death and ended up in negative HP. Also, yeah, Phoenix Down doesn't cure poison. They just didn't have any antidotes. It's tragic. I never got the Imperial from Shadow. Gal, don't you do this to me. Thank you. He's hungry. I'm pretty sure that the status is dead in the original Japanese. It's important to remember that Nintendo of America had really strict like censor. I can't talk anymore. It's been like, I don't know, 5 hours? Censorship and strict guidelines regarding content. Religious, banned. A lot of, like, there's plenty of skirting the edge of their violence rules. Like, hey, it's not blood, it's sweat. But there's, they did have some guidelines regarding violence and the mention of death, as I understand it. Yeah, alcohol. Alcohol was a no-go. Mega Man X4 had robot blood for some reason. Okay, that's a weird one. Alright, so here's one of the points where the game can just decide that I don't get to play anymore. Yeah, shout out to that time that Phoenix Wright was drinking several bottles of grape juice per day. So a single Anguiform is actually the scariest possible encounter that you can get here. Getting it preemptive obviously reduces the amount of fear it incurs, but still, very scary. Please run before you get no. Okay. The fact that this is all flat helps a lot in terms of whether or not it sets off my motion sickness. That said, no, this section doesn't really set off my motion sickness at all. It's really when cameras start doing swingy stuff, like pivoting around an actor, which tends to happen in third-person over-the-shoulder views. Speaking of motion sickness, you started playing Wind Waker Randomizer today. Oh, that sounds fun. Perfect. Good movement there. Bad are we? Surprisingly close to PB pace. I've played really poorly, so I'm pretty happy about that. Look. Why do we want lock in slot 2? That's a good question, because I do actually extremely want lock in slot 2. Later on, once I'm in the cave, there is a specific encounter which has a gold bear as one of the monsters in it. The gold bear is particularly scary because it has a attack called Gouge. If I get pincered, I want Gouge to hit me from the front, not from behind. In slot 2 and slot 4, the gold bear will hit with Gouge from the front, not from behind, so you don't take double damage. From behind Gouge is it's a one-hit KO at my level. Glacier Wolf, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Does the name shortening the name to one letter have a significant effect on text speeds? It does. The text is rendered. Actually, here, watch. Well, that was perhaps not the best of possible. Six. Unfortunate. Here we go. So it's rendered per character. I think it's actually per 2 characters, but... Too soon? Yeah, too soon. Wow, that's unfortunate. That's the first time that I've screwed that up in a long time. Too late? No, we're good. But yeah, almost every character gets shortened as a result of that. So also coming up, I'm going to delay hitting A, specifically so that I can attempt to do a manipulation that hopefully I can remember how to do it. It manipulates the upcoming Leak River. Here's that scary encounter that I was talking about. There's that gold bear. No, we get fake, real fake Celis. Celis still exists in South Figaro. That might have been too early. So this one you always get. If I did the manipulation correct, which I'm pretty sure I didn't, and the next two will be skipped. So it's one. Oh, yeah, I guess I did do it correctly. Nice. Yeah, it's a real good thing that all of our characters have bags of sharing equipped. Of course, if I just keep on getting preemptive attacks, then that's going to be great. next D&D campaign, you're tempted to just give all the players bags of sharing to avoid arguments over who's holding a particular piece of gear. Yeah, that's reasonable. Really seems like just executing correct inputs with sprint shoes in this game would contribute massively to the skill level of this speedrun. You get used to it. I'm actually moving really poorly right now. Playing Final Fantasy V and then Final Fantasy VI immediately afterwards, it turns out, is really, really tough. Movement is just slightly different. Menuing is just slightly different. It's challenging in an interesting way that's difficult to convey. Less than 12 hours until Pixel remakes drop. Yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm going to be watching the speedrun scene with the Pixel remakes with a lot of interest. Yeah, the little muscle memory shifts really, really do throw things off. Nice. Binder News, have a fantastic evening. Thank you very much for hanging out. Yeah, that one's real. That's a real goal. That was very lucky. I did the manipulation correctly, which I was certain that I got it wrong. I got a ton of preemptives this time around, so that counts for a lot. Honestly, at this point, more than anything else, I really want to finish this run because it means that it's time to start learning Final Fantasy IV so that I can do 4, 5, 6 back to back to back. What run would I be doing for Final Fantasy IV? Probably No Credit Swarp. No Credit Swarp is the most likely candidate right now. I like the idea of having something really, really weird and glitchy, followed by 5, which is nowhere near as glitchy as 6, and would also be nowhere near as glitchy as 4. followed by 6, which starts out looking normal and then just gets weirder and weirder and weirder in a way that I absolutely love. I'm gonna get iced. Got it all. Okay. That was very lucky. My turn order was super messed up there. Well, yeah, last time Edgar saw Kefka, he ran away, so this time he was still running. Like, it's been the same solid sprint this entire time, specifically so that he could tackle him and shove a knife into his stomach. Yeah, it's a really good sound effect. Yeah, if I ever make it so that people can trigger sound effects on stream, the Terra Scream definitely would be up there. Is that right? That feels wrong. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. I'm like 99% certain that I just set the order way, way wrong. Yeah, I did. Also, just... there we go. Might be right. It still feels wrong. How's it going, Keynotes? Yeah, double Final Fantasies. So the reset isn't always going to cost 7,000 F100 and FDF. It will eventually be raised, probably to a full 2-byte int. Maybe more, I haven't decided yet. If you have strong opinions, you should let me know on Discord. So I would prefer to be able to set console reset to out of stock. But I can't do that. I can't do that directly, which kind of sucks. So yeah, it's... Whenever I'm doing a combo run, I take it down. I don't know that it's common, but I've definitely encountered other people who... Rude. Who pronounce hex numbers that way. There is some ambiguity if no hex character is involved, however. He's just harvesting? That's fair. I guess I shouldn't be upset. Please don't dance me. Thank you, bye. It is sneak sprint. Edgar gets earrings, hero ring. Sam gets night armor. Oops. Double earrings. Glove. I'm not sure what makes a Cabernet lizard style, but I'd try it. Why not? How did Final Fantasy V turn out? Not a PB. I fell off step route in the pyramid, which is a bummer. Before that, it actually stayed pretty close to PB pace, but after that, I think I was like 5 minutes off PB. Still a sub 4, so for a game that I've only completed a handful of times, I can't be too upset. I am, but I shouldn't be. Yeah, still cool. Still got through it. Playing Final Fantasy VI now, so like that's nothing to complain about. That's nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, I think that Zozo's music is really good. Plays an increasingly long fanfare every time that you... Well, it's not Setzer this game. It's Atzer. Every time that you collect a ring, hit an enemy, reach a checkpoint, or take damage. Okay, that sounds kind of amazing. What a good Sonic game. A for airship. Correct. Exactly right. Right. Walk. Siren. String. Give. All right, so to answer your question, yes, I will be running AFK in just a moment. I mean, I'm not going to run AFK during this cutscene. I'm going to wait until the real cutscene starts playing because that would be real shitty otherwise. But I will be running AFK. I'm at the point where I've hit a little bit over 2 liters of water consumed during this stream, which is good, but also only 1 restroom break and solid gameplay otherwise. This is the part that you were hoping to see? Well, good news. You got to see Celis running headfirst into a door, which I assume is the part that you wanted to see. Alright, enjoy the opera, everyone. Okay, I'm back. You think that Katana's a better actress than Celis? That's fair. Yeah, as I was mentioning, it's a little bit more stressful using the restroom during Final Fantasy VI runs now than it used to be, just because I have no indication of like where in the song I am. Have I gone over? Am I going to go over? Is this a case where I need to wash my hands and then just thoroughly dry my hands on like my pants as I'm running back to the computer? Like, the only invariant here is that under no circumstance will I not, wash my hands. Hygiene's more important than a speedrun. There are many things that I will sacrifice, but that's not one of them. Speaking of which, I just realized I haven't really eaten today, so here's hoping that this run goes all the way and then I can celebrate with something to eat. It's fine. It's a secret between us. Even if this PBs and I upload it, I'll probably upload both the runs that I've done so far. 5 and 6, even though the other one didn't finish. But nobody's gonna watch this far in. This is what, like 6 hours in now? Nobody's ever gonna see this. Nobody's ever gonna get to the point where I said, I just realized I didn't have anything really to eat today. If I don't finish the run, you advise me to console myself with something. See, that's smart thinking. If I don't finish the run, I'll make myself feel better by actually eating a meal today. Smart. Well, yeah, you're watching me right now. But I didn't say nobody's watching me right now. I said nobody's gonna watch the VOD. Hey, here's a dirty secret. I can tell you this from years and years of YouTube analytics. The average amount of watch time that speedrun videos have, even if they're a world record, is like 5 minutes on average. Like, really good speedruns will get like 15. Unless there's something that makes the run itself extremely notable, like, it doesn't get view time. And I've been told that, did she just fucking throw a baby? I mean, there might have been a baby in those flowers. You don't know. There's no way to know whether or not she threw a baby. Canonically. How's it going, Doc? Hey, everybody who's here, if you're not following him_D_C_C_T, or Doc, for short, open a new tab real quick, go to sword.zone, and then make sure that you're following Doc, because you're missing some of the best content on Twitch. Look at that, Fat Swordsman just put the link in chat right there for you. It's super easy. No, this is extremely not Splitstock Green. I am living up to my domain name right now. You're watching Splitstock Red. Do we get Pillar Lady, though? Hell yeah, we get Pillar Girl. That girl's in a pillar. Fuck yeah. Here's the thing. People not knowing about Awful Fantasy VI just gives Doc more chances to reference and introduce people to Awful Fantasy VI. And then people hear about Awful Fantasy VI for the first time, and that's real fun. How's it going? It's going okay. Got a sub 4 in Final Fantasy V. I'm gonna see if I can't do the same thing in Final Fantasy VI. Peanuts, there's no shame in it. Among other things. Nope. Turn off. Turn off the fucking, auto fire. Oh, I honest to God think that the localization that Woolsey did is amazing. Like, unhesitatingly think that this game's localization is fantastic. There's a reason that Final Fantasy VII got tons of recognition just about everywhere. But in terms of fan favorites, like, Final Fantasy VI is lucky. But yeah, Final Fantasy VI resonated way more in the West than it did in Japan. And the localization is a big part of that. There we go, I finally said words. Evo's weird. There's actually a lot of story there, and a lot of it is just kind of adapted from 46 Okunin Monogatari for the PC 98, which itself is a fantastic game. However, yeah, the SNES port of Evo is very, very imperfect. Like, there's plenty to say about it. And yeah, the parts that resonated really well are very different between Japan and the US. And yeah, Final Fantasy V resonated a ton. It is tremendously popular in Japan. Not gonna be good enough. I'm gonna take a hit. Never mind. Yeah, watching very long VODs to completion is very, very unusual. For me, I have really bad tinnitus, so I do tend to watch fairly long VODs as I'm going to bed. I have a really hard time falling asleep if there isn't something on, and YouTube VODs are a pretty good way to do that. Yeah, growing up on an airbase, not great for your hearing as it happens. My range of hearing is fine. I just quiet rooms. I start noticing the ringing in my ears. I do really enjoy this. Everybody here has something to say. And also, Sabin is really, really happy to be here. He's excited to be included. There's on long VODs on the TV all the time because you can't really pay attention to stuff most days. Yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, everybody's got their thing. Long plays or various tutorials to fall asleep. Yeah, nice. You tend to have a fan going, even when it's really cold because of tinnitus. That sucks. There's definitely some sample bias here. But I feel like tinnitus is something that has become more common with like my age group versus people who are, older generations. I'd be interested to find out if there's something to that, or if it's just I know more people my age. And the people that I know who are fairly older than I am. Terrible grammar. The people whom I know who are a fair bit older than I am, there we go, are lucky enough not to have tinnitus, but the ratio, the likelihood is similar. That's entirely possible, and it's just, an unexamined sample bias in my case. Don't know. Your mom used to rate cases at the VA, and tinnitus is understandably extremely common among veterans. Yeah, not surprised. Like I said, I grew up on various air bases, which is almost certainly where it came from. I have basically all my life been really careful to take care of my hearing because I don't have any hearing loss. I have a ringing in my ears, which is noticeable when it's quiet. And I would prefer to keep it that way. Tinnitus from serving on an air carrier. That's rough. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm into my 30s and I still have not lost enough of my hearing that those deterrent devices, I still notice those. It's unfortunate. So many counters, this sucks. Okay, didn't get frame roll. That's what matters most. Yeah, I still notice those, and they suck a lot. Additionally, I still hear CRT hum. Whine, whatever you want to call it. Shoes and sneak ring. So let's get this. Running shoes, earrings. It's hero running. Okay, gonna need to fix that. Oh god, where is it? Terrible. least one study that we found, done a few years ago, suggests that millennials are experiencing a higher than normal diagnosis of tinnitus. Interesting. Yeah, I don't love loud noise. Fireworks themselves don't tend to bug me. I actually have more of a problem with them from a fire safety standpoint than noise. That said, I don't keep any pets, and I don't suffer from PTSD, things along those lines that would be set off from fireworks. In general, I think that maybe fireworks should not be set off right immediately near, people's houses that are not the ones who are setting off the fireworks. I don't know, that's just me. I've heard the term noise pollution used in such a way that it has meant a lot of stuff. I would be hesitant to call it noise pollution associated specifically with the understanding that noise pollution often ends up meaning what did I give you? Sneakering and running shoes, please? You do need imp, but I'll give you that back. Right now you need choked. Right? It's probably right. I hope that's right. Nobody has sprint shoes. This is a problem. I gave him sneak ring running. He needs sprint running. He needs double shoes here. But yeah, I've heard noise pollution mean my neighbors are playing music. So I have a tough time getting on board with that particular explanation. That said, like for me, yeah, that's fair. I was gonna say something, I just lost it. Oh, yeah, for me, it was, living on air bases is loud. It turns out. I wonder if living near a busy highway in a city or something like that causes long-term stress on hearing. That's an interesting one. My gut says probably not. That said, that is a completely unscientific gut feeling. The reason that my gut says probably not is because of the fact that like people who live near similar sources of noise, say people who live near rivers and stuff, you know, things that make consistent, basically 24/7 noise, I don't think tend to have that type of problem. Now that said, one thing that I do suspect is, like, we travel way faster in cars now. Wind noise in cars is a substantial amount of the noise that we experience just as people. Oh shit, that was maybe okay? This is a really rough fight. That was just real bad. Yeah, people driving their headphones way too loud is definitely a problem. I don't know whether or not that's a problem which just on average tends to be like a thing. I don't know if people today tend to run their headphones louder than people who would have listened to headphones, say, 50 years ago. Oh wow, that can't say I love that. That's I'm surprised that that's not an OSHA violation. Banning hearing protection. That one's rough. Not sure I love that. I'd need to see some serious justification, which so far doesn't sound like you've provided. Not that I think that you are responsible for providing the justification, given that that was a requirement that you were acting under, not one that you thought was a good idea. Just to be clear. You never actually measured how loud it was. Maybe OSHA doesn't think it was that loud in there. I mean, maybe. I know that the times that I have seen complaints raised, there were surprise visits with noise meters. So, yo, Emily, thank you so much for the host. Welcome in, everyone. You're here just in time to see what it looks like when an Esper and a human fuck. As I was saying, Nintendo of America had some pretty strict standards, and they would never let anything fly under the radar. That's true. That was the most direct demonstration of what it means to fuck around and find out. Alright, so for people who aren't familiar with this speedrun, coming up is among the most scary parts of the speedrun itself. I'm going to be fighting a series of fights, all of which have the potential to just end the run flat out. So, might be cutting stream here real soon, but hopefully not. Panic at the bedroom. Good morning. You went to sleep and woke up and I'm still streaming? Correct. That means that I finished Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy VI is going okay. Wait, yes, no, that's correct. No, not yet. Alright. Yep, a Gerlock sensor. There. Peanuts, your cat is very unhappy that you're up this late? Well, we're about to find out whether or not this game thinks that your cat is reasonable or not. Your bird is giving you a dirty look. Well, your bird probably takes a bunch of naps all day, so I think that your bird can get over it. Right? It's probably two. Alright. Edgar, you get something. Where are you? Running and hero. Hero? Oh, here we go. Edgar. Hero sprint. Not anymore. Running sprint. You get running, probably sneak. Sneak. You get running, Genji, shield. Oh, wait. Espers. Rocket Siren. Sensor shift. Last thing. There we go. I'm going to take an extra save specifically so that we can try twice. Hopefully I don't have to. So for those of you who don't know what's going to happen, hey, just sit back, enjoy, because things are about to get real wild. That's fine. Sure. All good. Oh, you probably want explanations, huh? All right, so that particular room where the bridge keeps on moving around underneath your feet, that room has a timer that is turning on and off sprites. So what I did there was I opened a menu and then immediately used a warp stone on the same game tick, essentially, as that timer activating. That timer gets bypassed in terms of the logic that is supposed to turn the timer off. We then went into and then left a room where the timer would naturally run. And upon doing that, we set the timer into a state where on the next frame, it was going to activate. So then I used a tint. Tints actually put you in just a normal map. They warp you to a map and then they warp you back. They're kind of neat. There's other glitches that you end up having with tints as a result of that. So we're on a map and we have sprites all around us on all four sides that prevent us from moving. The timer activates, turning those sprites off so I can move down. It just so happens that immediately south. Yes. Immediately south of where you are when you're using a tint, there's a warp spot that just warps you to the Imperial Air Force. It was most likely used as a development tool, like just a debugging thing. Oh no, this sucks a lot. We might die here. Hey, Modafino, you're, your AWS admin is showing. I am be kind, yeah? Yeah, Strago and Realm are just not in the game. We skipped naming them. They don't exist. In fact, if we tried to talk to Realm or Strago right now, the game would softlock. Right, I need to use a ether now. What's her? It's like an ether. Alright, so Siren prevents any of IAF from using stuff that could murderize me. That's what Siren is for. In terms of how the slots work, so that's a little bit different. The slots use an internal accumulator value that that battle animations change. And it just so happens that using an echo screen leaves you on the perfect value in that accumulator to make Joker Doom possible. Normally, Joker Doom is not possible. There's only a few values, 2 or 3, which will allow you to use Joker Doom. So Siren doesn't modify that accumulator value at all. And then using that echo screen makes it so that you'll be able to hit Joker Doom. Aren't there some restrictions for echo screen use? No, it's just it needs to be the first thing that modifies the accumulator. Alright, well now we have to kill these guys the old-fashioned way. And I'm just gonna use the Phoenix down on me. So that move, 7 flush, always possible. Come on. I don't know if H-Bomb actually hits. That will. Oh yes. H-Bomb is good. Okay, should have been doing that. That's Phantom. Right, yeah, Phantom. How did that work when I'm on the plane? Don't worry about it. Alright, so here's a different version of Joker Doom. I'll explain that one in a moment. Okay, cool. Alright, so Ultros cannot have Joker Doom cast on it at all. It's impossible. So what we do is, first we muddle Setzer. Now, the game devs thought of that. They said, you know what, if you try and cast Joker Doom, and then you get muddled, it's still gonna hit you. That's the very difficult Joker Doom to get, by the way, which, when you get that one, it's supposed to kill your entire party. So the game dev said, we're not going to let you get off that easy. But what they didn't do is they didn't stop the re-reversal. So normally, when you are muddled, when you're confused, you will cast helpful things on the enemy, you'll cast, or you'll use things that hurt you. I'm fucked. Cool. This run is not supposed to finish. They're here. It's the ninjas, everyone. But yeah, so because you're going to be like using cure magic on the enemy when you're muddled, the devs have, when you become no longer muddled, the devs have you reverse your targets. So that forces a reversal so that Joker Doom targets otherwise untargetable enemies. Hey, I'm very happy to provide everybody with a little bit of excitement in what is otherwise, a fairly standard speedrun stream. I mean, who knows? Like, slots being manipulable is a thing that's been in a lot of Final Fantasies. And slots being abusable was kept in Final Fantasy VII when they redid Final Fantasy VII for the PS4. PS3? For the PlayStation, some number greater than 1. That's actually very uncommon. Dragons almost always use revenge. It's like 90% of their battle script. No, I'm not talking about the remake. I'm talking about the other, the re-release. It's rude. Why would you be rude that way? Don't be rude. Alright, one more Joker Doom time. Enjoy the good music, it won't last. Ah, I was supposed to hit yes so that I could heal up. My mistake. Okay, well, you think, what's scary now? Tentacles can end my run. I just need to not screw up for Dullahan. And then I just have to keep the door timer and have everything work correctly. Easy. Yeah, I mean, Behemoth has been a Final Fantasy monster for a very long time. I don't know which Final Fantasy was the first one that they put it in, but the design has been pretty consistent throughout. So yeah, they pulled the Final Fantasy XIV Behemoth, but you can very clearly see the lineage. First in Final Fantasy II? That sounds completely believable. Final Fantasy XIV got Rathalos. I recognize that name because all of my friends like Monster Hunter. Yeah, Tentacles, Gao can decide to just not show up. Yeah, shenanigans. That's another real possibility. How's it going, Chinen? Yeah, Gestalt absolutely looks like a Shih Tzu. Didn't Final Fantasy XIV like have a nod to that? To people thinking that Gestalt looked like a dog? It's once again morning. You only begrudgingly acknowledge this fact. Yeah. Yeah, it's 10:41 here. How's the attempts going? I mean, as you can see, we finished 5. Not a PB, but finished. And it's not impossible to finish 6 right now. Kieran. Edgar. Shoot. For 2 steps. It doesn't actually matter. I have to grind out at least 1 extra fight here. Yeah, this is going to be my first complete combo run if I get it. Is there a run that gets everybody in the world of Ruin before beating the game? Yes, it is called All Characters and Espers. And the stipulations for that one are, as I'm sure you can guess, picking up all characters and Espers. So the reason that nobody runs all rages is because it's impossible to get all of the rages on the Super Nintendo release of the game. If you think that that would be a fun thing to do, though, like, nothing should stop you. I almost mashed to jump. I almost mashed, and that would have been terrible. Am I going to save Shadow? Yes. Saving Shadow is required in this speedrun because we want Realm to be in Owser's mansion. However, because Realm doesn't exist, because I skipped the Masa, going to the cave where Realm would be if we didn't save Shadow softlocks. So what we're going to do is we're going to save Shadow, which is going to put Shadow in the cave on the belt instead of Realm. Realm will already be in Owser's mansion, which means that I can go into the mansion, and then just like the timer trick that I did in the Esper cave, I'm going to take those doors, the timer that deals with those doors, I'm going to take that all over the world, and it's going to be real fun. I believe, yes, meeting Realm in Owser's mansion would also softlock. Peanuts, have a good one. I'll do my best to make sure that I get to show off the credits. There's still plenty that could go wrong. It could be my fault. It could be the game deciding that I shouldn't be allowed to play anymore. But, I mean, either way, the Twitch VOD is going to be there so you can see what happened. Any idea what happens if we do go to Thamasa? Sure. So if you go to Thamasa, it's still in the state that Thamasa is in when you first get the airship. So it never had the flag set so that Thamasa's been visited. And for that reason, everything is ridiculously expensive. Nobody wants to talk to you. Like, when you first get the airship, if you go to Thamasa and you're like, wow, everybody here sucks, that's why. That's it. I don't know how to do pro bass fishing, so yeah, it's going to be amateur bass fishing time. You still do the save as if you're doing pro bass, but one important difference is that I'm bad at video games, and this video game in particular, so I'm not going to do the correct fishing sequence. What is going to happen, though, is Sid is going to walk in the door, and then, watch him very carefully, he's going to do the Riker maneuver. And then he's going to do the reverse Riker maneuver. He's very talented. All right, time to sit down. Time to get up. No, Sid absolutely does not die. Sid dying takes 1,000,000 years. Does this predate the Next Generation? No, Super doesn't. I like the way you think, though, that maybe it should be the Sid maneuver. Chinanin. So when it was released in North America on the Super Nintendo, Final Fantasy VI was released as Final Fantasy III. So yes, fast. Look, you're worth 32 hit points. Get over here, please. Thank you. So yeah, the ROM is going to show Final Fantasy III because that's what's on it. But yeah, this is the 6th Final Fantasy. Well, to be fair, it wasn't Nintendo who decided not to bring Final Fantasies 2, 3, and 5 to the US. That was purely Squaresoft. 2 and 3 were defensible, I think. They were both relatively late in the Famicom's life cycle. There we go, we're almost done. And Squaresoft understandably believed that it was unlikely that they would see enough return on localization efforts for Final Fantasy 2 and 3. Final Fantasy V, there was a localization effort. I don't know what the story is behind why it got scrapped, but it did get scrapped. Oh my god, I mean, it doesn't actually matter because the fish also was bad, but man, that bird should play sports. I don't think that the bird was also supposed to catch fish. Maybe that's one of the things that you're supposed to guess. Like, that's why there's different fish every time that you go to that screen. I think that bird is setting up a beat for after Celis attempts suicide. Then she sees, maybe it's the same bird, maybe it's a different bird, but either way, it has a bandana on it. I mean, I don't think that Nintendo had anything to do with the decision to bring Dragon Quest to the West either. Like, I think the closest is, like, of course they, in a way, decided that Dragon Quest as a free gift with Nintendo Power subscriptions. Like, that was a thing, but Dragon Quest itself is, like, that's an Enix property. That has nothing to do with Nintendo. And while I have no knowledge of it, I would be unsurprised to learn. Hey, don't do that. That hurts. Goodbye. I would be unsurprised to learn that the entire Dragon Quest free gift endeavor was just because of... Also, Vocoder says Chocobo here in just a moment. It was because Enix probably had a bunch of extra carts. So apparently the alarm is supposed to be the sound of a Chocobo's warp. I extremely need to get rid of. I should have kept those. That's a good start. Need the wool ring for sure. One more, please. Hero? Rad. Yeah, I think that the tamed versus wild having different sounds is, I think that that's mostly a, like, after the fact, justification for the fact that they started localizing it differently, which is a good enough explanation, I think. Like, that works. That doesn't break my suspension of disbelief at all. I think that in hindsight, we can say pretty clearly that in America, at least, Nintendo is understood to have won the console war. And yeah, for sure, like, the console war, from a consumer standpoint, is not good for anyone. It was a successful marketing campaign that made people think that they should put stock in whatever system they were playing. You won the console wars. It was hard fought. There you go. Now we know for sure. There's no question. Smite is the winner of the console wars. Thank you, Smite. I appreciate it. I'll never forget your sacrifice. Oh, that sucks. I don't have any revivifies. Oh, I'm so fucked if I get zombied. This part of the game was kind of rough, yeah. The zombie part was pretty much the end of being bought in. That's understandable. Wait, oh no, I was supposed to use a rod. Hopefully Edgar gets to use the rod. Rude. Do you have an enhancer equipped? Yeah, you must. Okay. Probably within one tick of death, but not worth it. Yeah, not worth the gamble. Man, watching Ty play Quest 64 for the Cursed 50 was very good. Yeah, that Tentacles time loss was mostly fishing. Maybe even all fishing. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's too bad nothing particularly big ever made it to the PlayStation 1. Anyway, back to this Final Fantasy speedrun. Anyway, it's weird to revive the PS1 N64 console wars. We've already established Smite won the console wars. You don't have to talk about this anymore. Running shoes. Yeah, it works. Fun fact, that's a really interesting, like, calling it a mistranslation is technically wrong. It's supposed to be moose because it's a palette swap of an enemy called a flan. Yeah, for me, I always ended up parsing it kind of more like Muse. Yeah, Setzer set up some wild protection for his friend's old airship. We're gonna go get my old friend's airship. It's where the power demons are. I set up my GP, right? I think I set up my GP. We're gonna find out. Yes. Right. Yeah, it's a mad Oscar. He's very angry. Yeah, didn't even get zombie. Now the only person who can fuck up my speedrun is me. No, that's not true. Gao can still ruin my day. Hopefully neither of those things happen, but both of them are possible. Are they still standing there? Don't worry about it. Alright, since there's no possibility that I PB this run, I really, really hope that I get Doomgazed right here. Because if you get Doomgazed, you do this slow, meandering flight all over again, and it sucks. Too bad. Man. Hey, Smite. Have you ever seen the end of this run? Because I'm real excited to show you. Hopefully I get there. Game is definitely putting me on a roller coaster. Please stop. Please stop. Cool. I mean, it didn't end the run. We're still going. The game is on to me? Yeah, I've picked up on that. Yeah, this is definitely the most tense part of the run. Basically, it's solid action from here on out. This is where the game stops really making a lot of sense from the speedruns perspective. Do I have enough smoke bombs? Yes. Because I now have a Moogle. And his dead girlfriend's keepsake. Not incorrect. I love the fact that it doesn't matter if you rename him, he's still Mog. So the reason that I saved Shadow is because now Realm is inside Owzer's mansion. Excuse me. That wasn't even with Turbo. That was just me being bad at video games. Am I fucked? Might be. Still gonna try. Oh yeah. Alright, cool. Nice. There we go. Alright. Not dead. Run would have been dead, but it's already dead, so. Alright, so. In here, there's a timer that sets doors to be open or closed. If you leave on just the right frame, it continues existing. So we're going to take it into the rest of the world. I mean, I can't PB. That's what already dead means in this case. Yep, so that's Timer Chan. Yeah, so the door's gonna go with us everywhere now. It's really great. Have to be careful, there's a soft lock on this screen. Also, as you notice, we are in the world of balance, so that's good. So we just picked up Locke from the world of balance, specifically because if you've been watching for the whole speedrun, you know we'd never actually rescued Celis from South Figaro. So Celis is still there waiting to be rescued. This is good. Because one of the major problems that this run has right now is that we never went to Thamasa, which means that Celis was never forced back into our party. Celis not being forced back into our party actually means that the game will softlock when I beat Kefka, and that's not good. That means that I didn't do the speedrun. Yeah, they just use the egg. Gal's gonna show up first try and I'm gonna be so mad. Can punch him and try again? Tempted. Alright, so here's the hard part. If I fuck anything up here, then run's over. So as you can see, I still have also the timer from Savin's countdown going. Those are numbers in the lower right-hand part of the screen, obviously. I get a game over when that gets to 0, by the way. Sort of. I sort of get a game over. I get a game over in a way that's different enough that it'll let me trigger credits and win. Go fast like a chocobo? Alright, I'm on it. Alright, so Edgar is now standing on a switch. That's important. Also, I still haven't saved the kid from inside the house. Savin is getting very, very angry. Alright. I just have to not suck, that's all. Nice, GG. Alright, so this cutscene is now going to play out. You know, like normal. And we're going to start pretty soon here, the Kefka fight. So it's important to know how the Kefka fight is programmed. If the fight ends for any reason other than annihilation, specifically the status annihilation, the game assumes that you won. So what's going to happen is we're going to let this timer count down. So once the timer has counted down, we're going to be forced into a cutscene. Once this cutscene's over, this cutscene's uninterruptible, but we'll be forced into a cutscene. That ends the fight, but not with annihilation. we get a special game over with this house timer. Specifically, we see Sabin look very sad about how he can no longer hold up the house, and, you know, that's terrible. And then you get a game over. So that cutscene means that we're able to short-circuit the game's logic, and we get a win. All that to say, Sabin's getting very, very angry, and he is going to become so angry that he decides to suplex the house on top of Kefka, which is very good because the child is in the basement. So the child ends up safe too. It's a happy ending. Yeah, also, rather than checking to see if somebody is on each individual switch, which is more expensive from a computational standpoint, that's more expensive than just checking that 3 characters have the standing on a switch flag set. So that's why I stood on that switch inside of the Phoenix Cave with Edgar. Actually, the previous way that you did this run also, you had everybody stand on the same switch. Earlier, somebody said duplex Kefka. Yeah, this is the Kefka duplex because you're suplexing a house on top of Kefka. Anyway, here's Sabin. And there's half of Terra. Why did Sabin end up in the fight? Sabin ends up in that fight specifically because of the fact that Sabin is forced into the cutscene. I know, Suplex is super strong. Question for the setup of the glitch. Why that specific movement in Owser's house? Okay, so every single room inside Owser's house has code that runs that deactivates that door. However, leaving on the exact same frame that the door is running bypasses that code for that screen transition. Every single one of those movements through each of those rooms that you saw me do was a setup so that I left the room on the exact same frame that the door was slamming. Thank you for the congrats. Yeah, completed 5+6, which means now I have to learn Final Fantasy IV, as was the deal. So that'll be fun. I'm probably not going to start learning it tomorrow. But a little bit later in the week, I'm going to start picking up Final Fantasy IV now. Alright, let's pull up my dashboard. I need to say that the people who voted yes are going to be the ones who win. If the dashboard will load, I love it when it doesn't. It's a good feature, actually. "67% thought that we were going to beat Final Fantasy VI. I would not have. I wouldn't have bet with you. I would have bet against you. But shows what I know. Apparently, I can play a video game. Is Twitch haunted again? I mean, pretty much always. That's a terrifying number of points that are being sent out. can... Alright, hey... The device to turn off my Super Nintendo, whether I like it or not, is not plugged in. I'm about to reactivate that thing, so maybe don't use it, because otherwise you're going to be disappointed. Only if the module loads, though. There we go. Reset run is now re-enabled. You won't be able to use it tonight, so please don't try. So why did I need to take the door with you? Okay, so what the door is doing is, on that timer, it's turning on and off sprites. So, for example, it turning off a sprite at the right time ended up with me being inside World of Balance, Narsh, which is why I was able to go up and get Locke. Likewise, the fact that it was turning on sprites was actually turning on the sprites that were associated with various characters that you could swap out before the battle at Kefka at Narsh, which is why Locke was one of the sprites that showed up. Also, you're able to use all of the door sprite stuff to do what we used to have to use tints for. You can use it to tint warp. So, a little bit of background there. This game, because it has cutscenes that can take place either on battlefields or with characters moving around independently on maps, will store the position, the coordinates, of each individual character it's associated with the character data. So when you swap somebody to the front, it doesn't zero out the other character's position. So you can store coordinates inside a character. This ends up being useful because, as I mentioned, a tint actually sends you to a map. I mentioned that when we did the Imperial Air Force War. So what you do is you store coordinates, let's say on Edgar. You then put somebody else in the front of the party, so Edgar's position is no longer being updated. Those coordinates are stored. Now, you don't rewrite the position until you spawn on a map, until the game renders the character on a map. So, when it's time to do the warp, you put Locke was on screen. You put Edgar to the front of the party. Edgar still has that stored position. You then use a tint. Now, the way that the logic works in the game, because the tint warps you to a map, it has to save your old position and then warp you back there. What was the Final Fantasy VI run's total time? This was a 3:58:21. I should probably, once everything is done, I should rotate through all the games, I think. I should add that feature. That would be a good feature. So anyway, it warps you to the map, then it warps you to the saved coordinates that it never overwrote with where your party is actually currently standing. So that's how we tint warped. But now what we can do is instead of using a tint, we can use the timer interrupting other business logic in the game. So if we happen to swap parties at the same time as a door closing, you might have noticed in Kefka's Tower with Edgar, I walked up, then down, then I swapped, and then I swapped characters' positions in the party, and then I rotated through the party, and that warped Edgar. And I did that a few times in Kefka's Tower. That's using the door specifically on the same frame that the door closes, you know, the door slamming sound effect starts playing, swapping parties. So you're able to do the same stuff that you could with tints previously, basically anywhere, as long as you have a consistent setup for getting your timing. And it turns out that some real smart people took what was previously, you know, task timing, because a task can always do something on a single frame. But they found setups that made it so that it was doable for humans in RTA as well. 358, that was good enough for 4th place. That's not too bad. I'll take that. After doing a complete Final Fantasy V run, yeah, I'll take that. That's not the worst. See, what I need to do is I need to get 2 PBs back to back in a single marathon run. It could be argued that this run was actually pretty good. I'm not going to give myself that much credit. Yeah, just get a double world record, just back-to-back world records. Easy. Just play perfect and have everything work out in my favor. The problem with that is that if I was to get a world record in Final Fantasy V, I don't think that the credits would be long enough for the adrenaline rush from that world record to wear off for me to be able to play Final Fantasy VI well. Oh, if you just want to make credits happen, it's a lot easier. You just game over 52 times in a row. There's a buffer overflow. You're able to use your inventory, your gold, your levels, etc. to set up a execution chain. What if I play 6 first? Well, then if I got a world record in 6, first off, never gonna happen. I have held world record very briefly. But like Dine's run is so good. Final Fantasy VI any percent is really cool. Like technically it's very cool. But it's not super fun to run, it's not super fun to watch. Just watching somebody get a game over and over and over again. Like, man, that's rough. It's true. All of you are in the credits. Thank you. Thank you for making this game what it is. New Game Plus, on the other hand, is wild. New Game Plus is great. I love watching New Game Plus. So, for those of you who don't know, New Game Plus is taking this door glitch into a brand new game. It's wild. It's super, super cool. Wonder how hard it would be to hack an actual New Game Plus into Final Fantasy VI. I don't know. I assumed that it wouldn't fit in the current ROM space. I think that this 24 megabit ROM, and I don't know if the Super Nintendo can address higher than that. I think that 24 megabits is the largest cart size that we really saw. You've never heard of New Game Plus? Okay, so New Game Plus is, like I mentioned, taking the door glitch that you just saw me use to beat this game and bringing it into a brand new game instead of bringing it through, through the end of the game. It's a trip. Nier, I believe, ran New Game Plus at GDQ. I think it was AGDQ 2020. I think that's correct. Yeah, Dyne just went beast mode on this game. Dyne is ridiculously good. Just unreal concentration and ability to handle himself on his feet whenever things go sideways. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. New Game Plus is just a wild ride, and it's super fun to watch. But getting the commentary that you would get with a GDQ run is going to help a lot for the first time that you're watching it. Because unless you've been following like the tassing and glitch hunting scene in Final Fantasy VI, a lot of it's just going to be super confusing without some explanation. Yeah, that one, I don't know. I think that the devs worked on this game so long ago that they're probably not even thinking about, like, oh yeah, there were all these wild glitches that people found and managed to make work. It's a really, really cool chain of glitches that all work in concert with each other. But while I think that speedrunning is, like, it's mainstream enough now that that developers are being exposed to, like, hey, look at what people have found in your game. Almost always in a positive light. Like, I remember being lucky enough to chat with a couple of the people at Lizard Cube after I started speedrunning Wonder Boy the Dragon's Trap. And today, developers are super, super, super interested and excited when people are that into their game. I think that back then there might have been more of a tendency to view things like that antagonistically, because usually when people talked about, cheesy strategies or, glitches in games, it was fairly antagonistic. It was with the angle that, I spent $40 on a game, and $40 in $1990 it's a lot of money. And especially with, like, a Nintendo cartridge, like, you're not going to get a patch for that. So there was definitely a culture of probably not really wanting to hear how your game was broken back then. And this is supposition on my part, but it's based on, we've got plenty of magazines that have lasted, so we can see how video games with not even just glitches, but strategies that cheapened the gameplay tended to end up being written about. So I don't know. I like to think that nowadays, somebody who worked on this game, 20x years ago, seeing people glitch hunt and do what they can to make it so that they can continue playing the game, and that's what this really is. This is lots of hunting for replayability and for ways that we can continue to enjoy the game. I really hope that it's something that people are able to enjoy. Oh yeah, Timer Coon's still here. Timer Coon stays with us through all the credits. It's really important. If you ever see this in the lower right-hand corner of somebody's screen, and they tell you that they beat Kefka fair and square, they're lying. Sabin beat Kefka for them as a favor. That's not fair, nor is it square. It's house-shaped. Speaking of which, I don't know what this house is. Why are they repairing that house? Is that supposed to be meaningful to us? Ah, that's advertising the Thamasa DLC. Okay, I get it. Yeah, this is no DLC run, so that's why we didn't see that house. Another thing that I need to work on. So in the back end, I'm tracking each individual run, which is good. But in this display, it's not showing, this shows it's 34 minutes off, whereas I was 4 minutes and 26 seconds off of my PB. So I need to tweak and play with the way that I'm displaying this so that the information is more honest. Out of water again. Tragic. And that is the end of JRTA timing. This was fun. I'm not going to do it again this week, but I'll be doing another one of these next week, and sometime this week it's time to start learning Final Fantasy IV. That's what I said I was going to do.